Last time I won Spadepoker Tour.
I am motivated. I will get the first place. There are good players.
Have a nice evening. Thank you very much.
He will be my enemy.
The brain start to interrupt my balls.
He's going to be on the top 20.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the €500 Spadepoker Tour main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. 24 players return to the final day here at this fantastic venue. It's Action Man Dan here, your broadcaster, your Irish pundit in the booth for the duration of this event until we have crowned yet another champion, this time to the tune of €47,000 cash monies, and first, second, third and fourth all going to get that very important World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket that will take place at the King's Resort in Rozvadov later on this year. We see Clement Cure is healthy enough in chips. He's on third on our leaderboard. He is definitely a player to watch out for. Jacques in seat 2, Nico in seat 1. We've got Nico, the chip leader at this feature, by quite a large margin. 67 big blinds. Mauricio with 38, Clement with 31, DG with 28, Oren with 26, Jan with 22, Raul Nesca with 21, and Jake will be rounding out the field with 20 big. Still plenty of maneuverability. Small blind, when we have the cards in the air, are going to be 15k, big blind 30k, with a 30k running big blind ante. Not much left to do but say lights, camera, action. Let's go. Vamos, me filo. Welcome everyone tuning in on this bank holiday Monday. It is a bank holiday Monday in Ireland anyway. 24 players remaining from a starting entry field size of 562. Average stack is creeping towards that million mark. We had a lot of fun there earlier last night. We had seen some crazy 3-bets with 5-3 suited, 5-3 offsuit, 4-deuce suited, all from a man named Pavel. So keep an eye out for that geezer in the field. We've got Mauricio is a very competent player, although he's been using very large sizings, which I'm not the biggest fan of, especially in fields like this. We can just accomplish the same thing with these smaller sizings. I see Johan, the main man, in the channel. Whether you're tuning in on YouTube or the Poker Room on Kings on our Twitch channel, have a good day. Lots of action to take place. If you're new to the channel, be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. And if you want to find out any additional information, head over to the website www.kingsresort.com. We finished relatively early last night, which gave me some extra time to do my morning routine. And done a bit of boxing. Had salmon and eggs for breakfast. And I feel like Popeye, who's just had his spinach. I'm ready. Let's go. Maurizio not entertaining opening Queen Jack off suit in the cutoff is a mistake here with 24 players remaining. Especially with his stack size. Just wants to be min raising, something to that effect. Make it 60, 65, 70k. So it's just going to be too good of a hand to not VPIP. The 24 players remaining. They're all guaranteed €1,760 cash. Guardian Angel is in the house. What's up, Angel? This guy Pisciotti has been popping up late in a lot of tournaments on Rozvadov. Yeah, he's somewhat of a reg. Bird says, for your information, good sound, Dan. Just have to turn it off as I'm still in work. No problem, Bird. That means pay jump is looming as well, by the way, folks, from €1,760 to €2,010 on the next elimination. That's something to bear in mind with all players' decision making at the table. I think that even makes it more of an open with the Queen Jack from Maurizio. The previous hand. And Clement Cure has a few $100K in cashes here. He's in that crew with Rihad Farhad and Dorian Melhils and the likes. They have a bit of a mafia going on. They got to 10 players, at least 5 anyway. He is raising to 105 here from the small blind into Jake, who wants to be careful here. He's only got 16 bigs behind. What way does he want to proceed? I feel like his hand is too good to not see a flop. We prefer to have a 9 kicker instead of an 8, but we are suited. And this is going to spell disaster for Jake. He's not getting away from this now. He's got 14 bigs behind, 420 in the stack. There's 270 in the pot. Cure has loads of results on his hand and mob. Just Google him. Get a little Google going for yourself. Now, Cure just wants to bet very small, and he does go for very small sizing. Good man, Cure. Always great to watch the French Mafia in the zone at the feature table. I presume they're all studying together and talking hands, etc. That's what you want to be doing and have to do if you want to reach the top. And Jake is going to shove over the top. I think his best course of action was to just call there, especially with a backdoor Heart draw. I don't think he's going to get away from it anyway. Obviously, Cure going to snap him off like it ain't no thing. With the overpair, of course, turn is 10 of hearts. That's a juicy one. Giving additional outs to Jake. He can now hit a flush on the river. River is the jack of diamonds. Cure will scoop the booty there, and now he's playing a very healthy stack of 54 bigs, 1.6 million. He's had a couple of deep runs as of late, Clement Cure, and he's come up short before the FT. I can think of at least twice I've seen his name in the last 24 already this year. So maybe this is third time lucky. Now, it could be corrected here. It could be third or fourth. This could be his fifth deep run. I just remember seeing him down to the last 24 twice, and this would appear to be the third time for me. You just keep showing up. Good players put themselves in a position to get lucky, and that's exactly what you're seeing here. It's Jack for Nico. Raising to 65k. Just having a look exactly who is left in the field. We have seen Jan Laurent before as well. Lormel, he's at our feature. He's also from France. Mikhail Marrakesh is still in the field, of course. Pavel, who was very, very exciting to commentate on last night, is still in the field. He's in the middle of the pack. Rondon says he won not long ago. Turn is the 6 of spades. Pair now for Nesca. I like how his name sounds. Raul Nexa. Not Nesca. Now, I like firing another barrel here for Nico. Then to put a lot of pressure on a 10, a heart draw, a middle pair, maybe even a weak queen will fall by the river. He does just check back. Now it's hard for us to rep a straight on the 9 of spades. With a 6 here, we're just hoping to get to showdown. Occasionally, we might put out a tiny bet here in the hope of not having to deal with a larger sizing from our opponent, and it looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. And I like this from Raul. The problem is there's just so many better hands that snap us off. It would be a pretty sick spot to get called here by the ace-jack. And I think we will see Ace Jack call here for 35k. And he does call. Couple of comments coming in there. Rondon says August last year, 50k plus score at the Czech Poker Masters for Clement Cure. Yeah. Richie says, hey, Dan, the man, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Richie. Johan says he bust out in the stream on the GPD. He sure did. Yeah, he's had a few huge scores, a couple of titles, guys. He's by a landslide one of the toughest opponents left in this field. But don't forget, we've got Mikhail Marrakesh. And I would love to see Pavel stack them to the top and come to the feature. Show us how it's, show these big boys how it's done. Expect to see Cure be pretty aggro from late position with a stack size like this in the fields. 23 remaining. That's going to be his go-to strategy. He's not going to get ridiculously out of line. He wants to keep applying pressure, peppering them with the jab, as I like to call it. And the pay jump has been reached. It's over $2,000 now, minimum payout. It's 35k here with top pair, and everything pretty standard so far. Rosen could opt to fold on that board because there's not much good things going to happen for him on turn and river. But for that sizing, I think we want to see the turn card at the very least. This is sometimes the problem now. Our pair of sixes ain't looking too hot on a double pair board. And Rosen is now going to try rep an 8 or an ace. Knows he can't win a showdown with 6 high. I can get behind this sometimes. I just think against a man of Cure's caliber, we just don't bother turning our hand into a bluff now. We just concede the pot. King high is even going to call us, in my opinion. So if we want to get a bluff through, I feel like we have to go for a huge bet. King high can call a hand like 9s or 10s or jacks or queens, kings. I just think we've got better hands to bluff it. Obviously, we can't win with 6 high, but we're just not going to get our bluff through enough to make it profitable in that exact scenario, in my opinion. Anyways, there are some players that will work against if they have like, now, Cure could have 10 high or queen high, something along those lines. The majority of his range is going to call. Don Infla is raiding with a party of 4. Thank you very much, Don Infla. 420 says, "What's up, boys? Get Pavel on the feature table will be fun." Apocalypse is in the house, says, "Good afternoon, guys and girls." Good afternoon, Apocalypse. First and foremost, I have to tell you, couldn't sleep for an extra hour last night after watching your Backlash WrestleMania 27 promo vid. Jeez, I never seen a crowd like it in my life. It was incredible. Thanks for sharing that one. And I watched the highlights, the top 10 moments. It looked like a fun event. Don says, "Paul Nesca, let's go Romania." It seems like every year is the year of Romania. Have they not had enough years of Romania yet? Or what way does that work? Is it just infinite amount of years? Ten, 6, 5, 2 diamonds is the flop. Raul. There's a lot going on for him in the form of backdoors, and now has 2 pair against DG's top pair jack kicker. Either player with a diamond in hand, and I think this is just going to go bet and a call. That's not a great river for either player. Gives DG 2 pair. Well, it's a great river for DG because he's got the best hand, but I mean, the 4 diamonds out there, it'd be tough for him to get paid. Perhaps that's another spot, guys, where he could have put out a small blocker-ish type sizing forward/value bet. And if you get raised or get called by a diamond, at least you're only losing a very small amount. Octop says, ludicrous, wasn't it? I had to Google most of the chants, but I loved it. It was bananas, yeah. I think bananas is the right word. But bananas. Kings for Nesca here in the cutoff, raising to 60k, and Rosen on the button with ace-7 of spades. Could just rip this one against a relatively wide open in the cutoff. I feel like ripping sub 20 bigs is our best course of action. I'm not the biggest fan of 3-bet folding off this stack size. Perhaps that is also what's going through Oren Rosen's mind here. Could just call. As long as he's not folding, just call. I can get behind this also. Nine, 4 deuce is the flop. 1 spade, 2 hearts. Rosen's got backdoor straight draw working for him. Backdoor flush draw to go with his ace high. Oh, and Nesca is going to play this one tricky, checking over to his opponent. And I feel like we want to take a stab at it now for Rosen. Just check back. This is also fine. And he turns a lot of outs. That's a great turn card for Rosen. Suppose he doesn't want to get check raised off his equity on the flop. That's why he's gone for the check back. Apocalypse has subscribed to Tier 1 for 14 months. Good man yourself. One of our most dedicated, loyal moderators. Until he went to college, that is. 100k is the bet. And now Rosen just wants to decide between calling and jamming. Let me know what you do here in the chat. Would you call or jam? I think calling sounds better. We could get a better ace high to fold here by jamming. It's unlikely Raul has a flush draw, because he's more likely to bet that than check it on the flop. With 16 bigs behind, I think we've just enough here we want to call. If I had sub 10 bigs, or if I had like 10 to 12 bigs here, I might just rip it in. Goes for the full shove, and Raul not going to be folding here. There's just too many draws. He's got an overpair. Not much to think about, in my opinion. Got to flick it in, buddy. This is what you wanted. Raul is going to call. Nearly 1.2 million in this pot. Decent amount of outs here for Rosen as we hit the river. 26% equity, and that is one of them. It's the 6 of spades. And Raul is going to have something left. It says 25k on the screen. I believe he's going to have a bit more than that if he's got them orange chips. Let's find out. No pair, no draw. Makes a good point there. He says if he is going to fold to this specific turn, he should not have checked the flop. That makes sense. Updated the chip counts. Nico with 63 bigs, Cure with 62. Rosen now almost with 40. Maurizio with 36. DG with 34. Jan Lormel with 20. And Raul Nesca is not looking too great here. Cure going to raise to 60 from under the gun with ace-10 off suit here. As Don says, Raul not even with one big blind. Now, I don't like talking in hindsight on this channel. Maybe he was going to go for a check raise, and then that play got taken away from him when his opponent unexpectedly checked back on the flop, and that's what led to the commotion that occurred there on the turn. 28 million chips in play, says Johan, the main man. That's a lot of chipolatas to be thrown around the place for the entire day. This is just the breakfast session. We're going to have about 7 courses, I'd imagine. King 5 deuce off diamonds is the flop. 3-way action. DG with the best of it. Top pair. Jack kicker. No flopping the Jeffries from Nico. Big blind. I think I would prefer for Nico to bump this up pre. But having said all that, he was facing an under the gun open. And Nico with the best of it here with a flush. Cure my call. He's got the 10 of diamonds. I think Nico wants to bet here at something around 125, 150. About half pot. Goes for 80. Cure probably can't resist that price. There's 300k in the middle. It's just 80k to call. You won't be loving this one. You don't want Nico to get away with a bluff if he is bluffing with a non-diamond hand. So therefore, Cure has navigated his way to the river and will be forced to pay one small bet. The King Jack getting out of the way. Nico shows the goods. Cure pays the man. And the world keeps on spinning. Johan says next week he expects 150 million chips in play. Wow. That's a lot. Not like we haven't seen something like that before. Remember, we had the blinds go all the way up to 3 million. I don't know if it was last weekend. It was for the German Poker Tour, German Poker Days. The big blind finished at 3 million. Apocalypse asks, do I remember? You asked me what your craziest poker trip. Well, I'm hoping to go on my own late last year. Well, when we got talking about that last night, Apocalypse, I knew there was only 5 minutes left in the stream, so I didn't want to start asking questions back and start these stories that I couldn't finish. You got the absolute cliff notes. 15th to the 29th of November, Poker Stars Millions, Sao Paulo. Wow. Always fancied Brazil. Go get him, champ. Supreme Hayes asked, is this live? It's as live can be on a 30-minute delay. I really like the intro today, by the way. You see those Spade Poker Tour trophies. They look awesome. Be a nice one to add to your cabinet. Not to mention €47,000 and a 10k ticket. Wouldn't be a bad finish on a Monday. Is what you would call starting your week with a bang. Picking up the action here on the turn. The small blind against the big, against under the gun +1. Raul all in for 25k. And he's got outdrawn. We're going to lose a player. Nico with 2 pair here. Cure catches 5th pair on the board here on the river. I feel like he just has to fold. It is a smallish sizing, but we cannot beat much. Suppose we can beat hands like Miss Spades, Queen 10. Maybe some other draws out there. Cure's really dialed in here. He's wondering if he has to call. No, he's going to let it go. Just going to be too many hands to beat our 6-4 there. We will lose a player in 23rd place. Raul Nesca, very unlucky with his pocket kings, but that's the way she goes when you play her hand tricky sometimes. Parker says, think it'll be a huge reward for finishing this 6-month course and get to explore a little of South America. It sounds deadly. Sao Paulo, great destination to choose. Wish you the best of luck. Average stack over 1 million now. 22 players remaining. Queen 3 is the flop here. Jan against Cure. Small against big. The two Frenchmen going head to head. Jan with ace deuce of diamonds with the best of it. And we'll just take that one down on the double pair board. And is that going to be a pretty expensive trip, Apocalypse? I suppose it's not if you're planning that far ahead. I've heard Argentina is one of the best places to go visit in South America in terms of expenses. But I've also heard most places in South America are relatively cheap. Even accommodations meant to be not too bad. Blinds are up, folks. Small blind is now 20k. Big blind is now 40k with a 40k running big blind ante. That's 20, 40, 40. DG is going to call the 80k open from Rosen under the gun. This is a little bit loosey-goosey from Rosen. Nico with pocket fours in the cutoff is going to call. So 3 players involved already. Jan has ace-8 suited here in the small blind with 15 bigs. And wisely getting out of the way. A lot of players would call. And look who it is. Look who has joined the party. It's Pavel playing nearly 1 million in chips. Oh boy. Seatbelts and airbags. He's here. The fans have asked. We have delivered. He's going to flick it in for 40k with the king 3 suited. Why not? And the flop is king 6 deuce. Pavel with the best of it. Let's see how crazy Pavel wants to get with top pair with just a 3 kicker. Rosen multi-way here. Just wants to be giving up for the most part. Although, having said that, there are a lot of good turn cards he could continue barreling on, and he is the under the gun open. The under the gun opener, first to act, so he will get credit for a bet. So I don't mind going for a bet here of like 80k, 100k, even a little bit more. Yeah, goes for 85k. And DG has a lot of backdoor equity working for him here, but he's got too many players to worry about, so he gets out of the way. Nico facing 2 overcards to his pocket 4s, and he's got Pavel to worry about in the big blind, so he wants no more part of this. And now we've got Pavel. Oh, what a turn card it is. The pocket 4s would be kicking themselves, but that's just the way it goes. This is a dirty turn for both players. More so for Rose, and he picks up a flush draw and a good shot straight draw. What an action card. He does not want to see a spade on the river. Rosen only has 3 outs in the deck, but this looks like one of the best turn cards for him to barrel. Get his opponent to fold a 6 or a deuce, pocket 5s. Although they'll now have a straight draw. A weak king might be under a lot of pressure by the river. Pavel is not going to go quietly into the night. And if we are betting, I want to bet somewhere around 250. Goes for 225. And I think Pavel just wants to call here. There's no reason to get too excited and jam. Just a call. This pot now over a mil. Oh my God, it's the 5 of spades. Holy moly. What a card that is for Pavel. And Rosen will think he's after hitting runner. Pavel have hands that contain a 3 that now have a straight. And I don't think we want to risk our opponent checking back if they had a hand like King Queen, Ace King. How much do we want to bet here? We want to bet. There's only 600k in Pavel's stack. I think we just go all in. Okay, that's not all in. But we have seen him mess around with these small sizings a lot last night, so this doesn't surprise me. Betting half his stack here, leaving himself with 300k behind. I actually do, the more I look at this, I actually like this sizing because a king a one pair hand might pay this off. Like, and like ace king or king queen. And now, can Rosen raise an additional 305,000? He sure can. He'll probably get paid by a tree or a set, something around that area. But it is just an 8 high flush, so perhaps he just wants to call. And that is an all in. Pavel's going to call. Oh, it's so sick. And guys, I said I would like to see Pavel have a chunk of chips. Well, bing, bang, boom. Just like that, he is playing 2.2 million, which is good for 55 big blinds. Rosen forced to pay the man. It's a bit sick anyway. It's very hard for all the money not to go in on that river, even if your opponent had a after stack. Feel like your best course of action when you fit runner under flush is to just go for the lot. Pavel struggling not to smile here. What an epic hand that was. 9-4 deuce, 1 spade. Rosen is the at-risk player here with ace-6 against DG's pocket eights. Thanks for that, Johan. River is the king of clubs. And Rosen has been eliminated. So we do lose another player. Pay jump has been reached. 21 players remaining now. Pavel 54 bigs, chip leader, Nico 53, and Cure with 41. All three top players pretty well stacked. DG with 27 bigs, Mauricio with 27, who's been very quiet so far, not much happening for him, and Jan Lormel with 15 bigs. Still in the hunt. Page up is looming from €2,010 to €2,260. Looks like that page jump has been reached, and 20 players remain now. Yuri in the house. What's up, Yuri? Pavel with Queen Jack of clubs in the cutoff. Three betting to 210. And DG finds himself in a sticky situation here with pocket tens. Now, if he knows Pavel is capable of three betting light, e.g. 5-3, suited and unsuited variety, irregardless of where the open came from at the table, he will be 4-bet ripping in a heartbeat. But faced with an open and a 3-bet, Pocket tens can easily go in the muck, and he does release. And I don't blame him. And Cure forced to let it go. Pavel will take it down. Clement Cure with ace 10 of spades, going to raise this one up. DG on the button here with king 6 of spades is going to call. Bit of a wide call here from DG. But he is in position. Just because he's going to be against Clement Cure and Cure raising from early position. We are 7-handed now, so it's not a full table. And wow, Maurizio says, hey boys, I'm still at this table. You ain't seen me in a while. Have some of this. 3 betting to 320k. Goes for 4x sizing, leaving himself at 17 bigs behind. I like this sizing from Maurizio. We're going to be faced with a difficult decision now, and I reckon he'll have to put his ace 10 of spades into the muck. Maurizio with the blocker, sniffing some weakness. And it looks like Cure has sniffed this one out. Knows that Maurizio is capable of doing this, and just 4-bet rips with the ace-10 suited. Solid play here from the Frenchman. Knows his customer. I wasn't expecting to see him 4-bet rip there. Solid stuff. Pavel raising the 90k from the hijack with ace-4 offsuit. Round to Nico in the small blind with ace-jack offsuit. I might just call this one against Pavel in the small. But also, we could just get value for our hand pre-flop by 3-betting. Both options totally fine. If I got a 3-bet, I want a 3-bet to a sizing of around 4x. Somewhere between 330 and 360 sounds good to me. And he goes for the sizing. I recommended 350. Pavel just forced to let it go. Nice play from Nico. Bucker says, well done, just having a look and found what looks like a good flight and hotel package. Yes, it's costing a pretty penny. I've just seen pretty too many times and it can flustered me. And yes, I know that that's not a word, but I'm using it anyway. £2,157. Yeah, I think 3-betting is the superior option against Pavel the more I thought about it. Pavel is not too likely to 4-bet you. He likes to be the 3-better and he likes to see flops in position. So you're going to see Pavel call with weaker hands than your ace-jack, and that means you're going to get value for your hand. You don't really want to be turning it into a bluff. It's more to get value for it pre, and yes, you're going to be out of position, but you've got a very strong hand. Nico on the button here, 5 offsuit. Stefan 3-bets to 250 with ace king of hearts. 440k behind for 11 big blinds. Expect to just rip off this exact stack size, guys, with the ace king suited sub 20 bigs facing a button open. Obviously feels like he can get some additional value from such a stellar holding. My go-to move would just be to rip over the top of a button open off this stack depth. He does take it down. It just really sucks if we get called pre and we're out of position there. We want to deny equity. He's made it a very small sizing that might entice his opponent to call with a hand like any suited connectors, like Queen Jack suited, Queen 10 suited, Jack 10 suited. You get the drift here. There's a lot of hands that can comfortably see the flop in position. Getting a great price. Johan says he sees more 3-bets than usual. I felt like that was the case last night as well, Johan. Stefan raising to 85k with King Deuce suited. And look at the field size now, folks. 17 players remaining, which means we are just one elimination away from the crucial redraw. The current payout is €2,510 at the moment. Lormel is going to defend with a speculative 4-3 off suit. I think we just want to put that one in the muck. Trips for Stefan is going to bet 100k. Lormel is just going to get out of there. No pair, no draw, says Jan wanted to try something there. Good for him. He chose the fold option over the bluff. He just doesn't have much backdoors happening for him there. And he doesn't have the chips to make some moves. I just think it's best for him to fold pre, to be honest. Gary Angel says they're getting quite short stacked in general, so it might be a way to put pressure on the smaller stacks on the blinds. You say they are getting short stacked, but remember, there are loads and loads of chips in play. 50 million, I believe, I was told. I think Johan said how much chips are in play. I don't have time to make those exact calculations right now. But I assure you, they have enough chips out there. 10-8 deuce is the flop. Open ender for DG. Nico still with the best of it, but DG now with a lot of outs, 39% equity. That 6 of diamonds hitting the turn. Bets 110. Oh, 28 million in play. Okay, I thought it was 50. My bad. That's a big difference. Thanks for correcting me. That's how I learn. Class is in session. Every day is a learning day. Bet 110, all 110, 440 in the pot as we hit the river, and it is a juicy one. 7 of hearts giving 2 pair, or straight to DG and 2 pair to Nico. DG's going to bet 300k. 29 makes a straight. Nico might feel like he's being bluffed here. Pretty sick spot, to be honest, because diamonds miss. It's a tough fold, but I feel like Nico should fold. Instead, decides to call DG. And DG gets there. Takes down a nice pot. $1 million in that one. Secure. Raising to 80k in the cutoff. And Mauricio in the big blind with ace-10 is going to re-jam. It's his turn to put the pressure back on Cure. Cure lets it go. And we can see in the top right-hand corner of our screen, there are now 16 players remaining. So this will be our last hand before the break, folks. Cure staying active, as he should here in the hijack, King 4 suited. DG 3 best to 260 with the goods here. The Cowboys. And Nico faced with an open in the hijack and a 3-bet on the button. He's got a very strong hand, ace-queen suited. This is player dependent. With just 40 bigs in his stack here, it's going to be very difficult to 4-bet fold. So it just becomes a matter of whether he wants to rip or protect his stack. I don't know how frivolous DG is with his 3-betting strategy. You could just call. That is another option. Although I really feel like that might be our last option. It is suited though. I can get behind this. Ace queen offsuit, I just put it in the muck. Or 4-bet rip. Calling here becomes okay. It's just our hand is a bit face up. We can't have many holdings when we overcall a 3-bet like this. And that's going to be the end of this because DG flops top set. Nothing in it at all for Nico. However, he does pick up a good shot straight draw on the turn here with the jack of diamonds. DG will take that down after checking back on the flop. Goes for the delayed c-bet. Shows it. Oh, shows both of the Cowboys. Right, folks, we're off on a break. There's 16 players remaining. What a fun opening frame. Hope you're enjoying the show. Don't go anywhere, but keep it right here. We'll be right back. See you all in a few moments.
All for love, I'd do anything. I can't seem to find my identity. All for love, but I plead insanity. Circles around my heart on repeat. All this for the sake of loving you. Welcome to this place. It's a table for two. I just cannot think about it. Can't live without it. Won't be without it.
Daniel Dvoris comes to mind as someone that's just always involved in dogfights. Even for the smaller pots, you know, the single raise pots, button v big blind. Let's see someone really earn this 1.5 million.
I've been bouncing in and out.
Twitch chat, by the way, speculating that perhaps we got some vowels jumbled up with respect to Benitez's online screen name, because if it is indeed Temato, as opposed to Tomate, Temato is I kill you. And that would seem to be a little bit more.
Yeah, I don't think it's...
If it isn't, you know, but I could see Temato, you know what I mean? If you're a boss out there, kind of an aggressive warning to those brave souls that would seek to take him on. Shilko showing bravery, this time with King 10 offsuit in the cutoff. Getting 3-bet.
How much is this? 60? 60.
By Volkov. Up to 165, now the Ducklings losing flight feathers. Surely Keating isn't. considering.
We're at that stage of the tournament, my friend, where you really earn your money. I think we can expect to see a bit of a dogfight. We've got the right lineup for it. Stacks. A lot of ego, testosterone, competitiveness amongst these players. Hello. Hello, cold 4-bet.
Quack, quack. Up to 440 in total. Ladies and gentlemen, we give you Alex Keating. This is like when you pay a visit to the salsa bar at your local Mexican restaurant and
What? What have we walked into?
I thought
Nejad?
that the ghost chilies were going to be delivered by Keating, and yet all of a sudden Volkov flexes with a 5-bet up to 1 million. This is a Carolina Reaper here with Ace-Jack.
I was somewhat joking when I mentioned egos and testosterone with this lineup, but these guys really flexing on each other, taking it to the streets. A 5-bet pot in 2023, and Keating hasn't mucked yet.
This has nothing to do with the deuces at this point and everything to do with whether or not Volkov's out of line. Ultimately, the fold does come in. Bit of an exhale, of course, from Volkov, who has to believe the ace-jack is always beat in that spot, but perhaps not as marginally as it was.
I will see. Doesn't matter. In River I have nuts.
There's not a player at this table who doesn't mind seeing that 9 roll off on the turn. That much I can assure you, as the talents of Shilko no longer need to be contended with.
Bravo. You play slowly, but now you're hot. Funny. Давай, брат.
Well, no time for any eulogies, as we march on here. Absent Shilko, 45 remaining. King Queen suited from the hijack. Not all in, but mostly in.
Got Ali Sara saying, don't forget Benitez called time against Charles Cornuth in a hand at the break that he wasn't even playing in.
I remember that. Chance had some choice words for Benitez after that one too. That was at the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas this summer.
Oh, Volkov.
Wakes up in the big with ace-king suited. 3-betted to get the last 70 in there.
Yeah,
I don't like him.
You don't
I like him.
No stress.
No, I like him. I play fast too.
Ace, ace, 5, and king queen suited.
Possible combination.
So few outs. Running spades, running 10-jack.
I knew that was the
And that's it. Ace is full for Volkov. Chip leader here.
No more possible.
As 2 casualties in short order here at the feature.
Just so many insane hands in this first frame of play.
Yeah, we've not been spoiled for action, Randy.
Why not? Rajanovsky's got ace-jack.
He's the man who's been at the heart of most of it.
Love this guy. Love to see him get some chips going his way. Drop in 4 blues. Make that 100K.
Yeah.
Ace queen. Oh, he's just in trouble. I don't see a world where Rajanovsky gets away from this one against Ace Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, he's been opening all the hands. Now may meet resistance. And he may just decide Ace Jack suited. It's too much kit. Let's see though. Adamski.
He's grabbing those re-raising chips immediately.
Does take up to 5 blinds. Which may give Rajanovsky the appearance that he could potentially
He might
get a
think,
fold.
oh, I can peel this maybe. And if he peels, which he does, there is a chance he can just get away when he misses.
He's got no fear of playing these spots, Randy, with SPR of 1 or less than 1.
He was given a good price pre, to be fair.
Yeah. He's going to need to miss. Unless it's, of course, that jack or clubs. Well.
Club. Followed by 2.
Here we go.
Clubs.
He's just announcing the stop and go, Randy. Stop and go for pot. Now, Adamski has to ponder this. Like, it's not ace-king, is it? Ace-king's jamming pre. So he's thinking, is it a hand like 7s or 5s that...
He pretty much has the nut no pair. He does have the backdoor hearts, which is helpful for added equity. If he's up against 2 clubs, he's doing okay, as you can see. Yes, the question is this opponent ever paired at this point? Hard to say. You know, Rajanovsky is hard to put on a hand.
Right, does it feel like against this player we just kind of have to shrug and call?
I would think you'd have to shrug and call. You need to wait how often you're up against like a flush draw or a pair. Even against a pair, you're not doing too bad with 2 overs and backdoor hearts.
If it's 5s, we're actually in pretty good shape. 7s, 9s, 10s.
Yes, counterfeit opportunities against smaller pairs. I think this is pretty much a slam dunk call.
Yeah, he does make it. I'm with him. I'd be calling, and he's going to see it's flipping. Of course, there is some chop equity.
Let's see, can he find a chance to stay in this tournament for Rajanovsky, who's been the most active player at this featured table?
Yeah, we're not picking favourites in the booth, nothing against Adamski, but I want Rajanovsky to stick around, so maybe a chop's fair.
Is that fair? Because that is the nut flush.
That'll do it. Double up via clubs. Nice. He's staring Adamski down even though he's just doubled up for him. I love it.
No need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up. That'll be the payout for the next 2 spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
Kings now for Sai. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Queen Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Sai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Harley.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by 2 black kings,
Just gonna be bang bang.
yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci Italy would have been the more apropos, but I know,
You know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
that it has. it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella. One that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required. 4-set continuation unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Wow, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello.
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
Ooh.
Here we go. Blind on blind against the action man. What, 13, 14 blinds and a monster.
This is a monster off of this stack of 13 blinds.
I guess we could raise it up.
I like a raise, but not all in, you know, say make it like 3 blinds or so. You want to charge the big blind to see free flops.
He's actually pretty unlucky from Sochi's point of view that no one's open before him, because this would be a lovely spot to get a jam in. Over and open, but as it is, he plays the hand he's dealt. Oh, and he's gone for the...
There is a chance that Rozvadov said, well, I've got an ace, it's blind versus blind, let me just rip it in.
He has gone all in.
Trouble.
Rozvadov's jam running into the 2-10s of Tochi. Of course, he is live with the over, as is often the case when you rip in an ace-X hand. One of those cards is going to be live, Randy.
Button the blazer.
Yeah. Glasses on or not for the all-ins, do we think?
Well, we do think that the 10s are good on this board.
5, 6, 7. A heart, a very bad card from him to see, reducing his outs to just the black aces. Tochi with a chance to get up to 1.4 million. That's what he's going to do. Very improbable from the 350k we saw him have a very short while ago. Now has quadruple that amount.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. Just in time to see DG 3-bet with his pocket kings. He will take this one down. So we have had our crucial redraw. White chips are now in play, 100k a pop. What a table we've got here, guys, with 16 players remaining. We've got Pavel as the chip leader with 51 bigs. Masiashk with 48 big blinds. Clement Cure with 46 bigs. DG with 45. Nico with 33. Anti-Hero with 31. Mikel Mrakesh and Mikutsu is still in the mix here, playing 14 big blinds. Mikutsu had a tough time last night. Lost a couple of big pots. So good to see. Still in the mix. Dan Fox with some big praise for the commentator. Thanks very much, buddy. Hope you have a good day, pal. Ricky says hello. Hello, Ricky. This is a really fun, entertaining feature we've got. We've got Pavel, Clement Cure, Mikel Mrakesh, and Mikutsu all in the mix. Yes, orange chips are 5k, green chips are 25k, and the white chips you see in front of all the players are 100k a pop. Hope you're all keeping very well. I got a Sunday dinner, Sunday roast at the break there. Eating lots today, keeping well bulked up and full of energy for you folks. All the spades on board here on the 6 king deuce king board. The river being a spade there would have been just a bit too dirty. It is another king. 16 players remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €2,510. If you're just tuning in, there's a €500 buy-in. Spade Poker Tour main event. This is the final day. Coming to you live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Cure betting 225 here on the river. I wouldn't be shocked to see Pavel pull a bluff here. This guy has got some game. Now, if he's going to bet, he doesn't want to bet, make it too small. Like something around 625. Nearly 3x would be an ideal sizing. Yes, goes for 650. This guy, I don't know if he showed his hand there. I don't know how savvy the remaining players are about Pavel's light 3-bet tendencies, but surely they will watch some of the footage from last night in preparation for today. Or word of mouth has filtered through one or two of those scenarios. I say for Mikel Marrakesh. Looks like he's had a decent enough start to the day. He was short last night. $4.20 in the house says like a boss. Which 1 minute before 4:20. Nice to have you with us. And Messi Jacques is going to 3-bet that one and take it down with the Queen Jack offsuit. Pretty strong play there. Also seen this guy before. A lot of big players remaining in this field with 16 to go. Pavel raising to 90k with King Jack offsuit. King 6-5 is the flop. Mikel Marrakesh defending with 10-5 of clubs. Flopping bottom pair. Pavel with top pair. Three diamonds hits the turn. Goes check, check. River is the 4 of clubs. 4 to a straight out there. Mikel Marrakesh knows he could probably turn his hand into a bluff against a different player, but not Pavel. Just checks. Plus he has a pair. No need to turn his hand into a bluff there. Pavel raises to 85. Queen Jack of clubs. Expect to see Pavel be pretty aggro, especially now he's got 65 bigs. He was being pretty aggro last night with sub 30. So he's got a lot of chips. Guardian Angel is my guardian angel because you have no idea. I was just about to ask, does anyone know how to pronounce his name? Matij Masijak. If you're interested, I'm quite sure you aren't, but I'm a fan of mansplaining. The J's in Matij Masijak's names are hard J's and are pronounced like a Y at the start of English words, like young, and the C is pronounced like the C in central. Thank you very much for that information. Just flops the straight for Pavel. I'll get back to those pronunciations just in a moment. And Masiak is going to bet 420k. Pavel is going to do a little bit of Hollywood. What an action flop we have here. Yeah, I was thinking, I was about to ask in the chat after this hand. Normally, I googled enough of the pronunciations and get an idea of what I was down eating dinner, so I just didn't get around to it on that break. So, guys, any time or any way you can help me in the chat is great. I am a one-man Dan band. You have to remember that. But it just works pretty fine for me. Pavel, in my opinion, getting a bit greedy there. I would way prefer to see him just call. Even though he was faced with slightly larger sizing. So we're just, his name's Matty. I'm just going to call him Matty for the day. And that's the way you would call it in Ireland anyway. Matty, a pretty popular name for Matthew. Matthew! Not to be mistaken with sneezing. Gardner says, if the 3-bet on that board with garbage, yes, 3-bet with the Nutterinos as well. Yeah, you want to be balanced. I just think it's so hard to flop a straight. It's hard for your opponent to continue when we've flopped the straight. And Pavel, guys, is now steamrolling at 85 big blinds. Wow. We have the Czech Republic, Switzerland, France, Slovakia, Romania, Ukraine, and Lithuania all being represented at this feature table. So once again, a large disparity of nationalities all under one roof. Average stack is 1.4 million. Pavel against Nico in this one. Ace-5 for Nico. Ace-Queen Deuce is the flop. Not going to deter Pavel from c-betting as he should. Turn is the ace of diamonds. Trips now for Nico. Pavel going for another bet. This isn't the greatest card for Pavel to continue betting on. Queen is just going to continue. Backdoor diamonds, maybe even a straight draw calls for this sizing. $780K. Six of hearts hits the river. Nico doesn't want to risk Pavel checking back on the river with a queen, etc. So he's going to try to get additional value for his ace. I feel like Pavel was done with the hand on the turn though, or on the river, having bet flop, bet turn. I guess we'll never know. It just seemed like that to me. Anti-hero raising with mystery cards here from the button, it seems. Nico in the small blind. Looks like he wants to put the pressure on yet again. This time, just king 4 off suit. And the 3-bet to 335. And the hero does have pocket eights, and this is an ideal hand for him to 4-bet rip. You want to be 4-bet ripping these hands, like 6s, 7s, and 8s there. Obviously 9s plus, self-explanatory. Nico raising to 110k on the button with ace queen offsuit. Apocalypse giving out to Johan about putting in capital letters in the chat. I love it. Go on. Good man, the lads. Cure in the big. DG in the small. King Jack of diamonds against 10-9 of hearts. Ace 9-7, 1 diamond. Flop gonna go check, check. Turn is the 6 of spades. Let's just take that one down with a bet. Surprised to not see a bet there from the King Jack, by the way. Bebop in the house says, hello everyone, did we have some 5-3 offsuit 3 bet action already? We've had a lot of 3 bets today. They haven't been as frivolous or light so far. You join us at a good stage there, Bebop, because we've got Pavel back in the mix with a lot of chips. Ikutsu in the big here, ace-7 offsuit. Could have rejammed pre from a hijack open. Decided to just call. King 4-6 is the flop. Now Nico, just take this one down with a small bet. Just bet something like 75k. Even less. 50 even. Yeah, seems good. Especially because Mikutsu only has 6 big blinds behind. I think when we have sub 10 bigs and we're faced with a hijack open, we just want to rejam. Yes, we have a limited amount of fold equity, but our A7 rates to be the best hand the majority of the time, and there's a lot of money out there up for grabs. Yeah, 9-handed will go to the FT, or the final 9 will go to the final table. Easier way of putting it. 14 players remaining now, all guaranteed €2,790. Pay jump looming from 14th to 13th place from €2,790 to €3,175. Ace 10 deuce is the flop in DG with ace deuce, anti-hero with the pocket 9s. DG going to take that one down. Anti-hero faced with 2 overcards will release. Pavel has got the goods here. 2 red aces. Anti-hero calling from the big with Jack 9 of diamonds. 6-6-3 is the flop. Pavel will take it down and show the goods. He loves showing hands, this fella. Aces, 5-3 suited, 5-3 offsuit, 4 deuce suited. What a man, what a player. Now showing the Nutterinos. Oh yeah, his name is Pavel 53. I thought that might have been his age. That does make sense. Why he was playing the 5-3. It's obviously his hand. Now it really all does make sense. I can't believe I didn't pick up on that before. What an idiot. He's so stupid. Marrakesh, 16 bigs on the Bhutan. Just wants to min-raise, call this off all day. Nico has a really good hand to rejam here. King 9 suited over a button open from an aggressive player with 13 bigs behind. But perhaps he just wants to call, considering we are only 5 eliminations away from the final table. But with the covering stack playing 1.6 million, I just put it all in here the majority of the time. It honestly might be too good of a hand. You want worse hands to rejam. The King 9 suited going to dominate some opening hands from the button, and therefore it just plays better to see a flop because we're going to dominate loads of 9x and King X hands that open from the button off this stack depth to begin with. DK is the bet from Rakesh, and that'll do it. Guardian Angel says, I also thought it was his age. We got to show some support for the commentator. It was just so many players at the table, so many numbers flying at my face that I just didn't pick up on it. I did say last night that if he's done that 3 times a 5-3, it must be his hand. But then that was the time to pick up that his name is constantly in my face, that it says 5-3 after his name. So whatever about not picking up on that last night, but to not pick up on it again today, silly Billy. But hey, we move on. Cure staying active. 10-9 suited. Nico in the small blind. Ace queen off suit. And Nico does 3-bet to 350. Does get the 10-9 of clubs to release. Nice pickup for the ace queen uncontested. King 7 deuces the flop 3 ways. Anti-hero with the ace king in the cutoff, and Nico on the button with ace 9, and DG getting a cheap price to see the flop. Top pair for anti-hero. Second pair, backdoor flush draw working for DG. Not much in it for Nico on the button. Hero doesn't want to bet too big here. Around 125. Yeah, goes for 125. Turn is a juicy one. DG picking up a flush draw, and he's going to lead for 275. Does anti-hero want to just call or protect his hand? I say protect, obviously. What I mean is he could get called by a draw, a combo draw, or a weaker king. A king-queen might call occasionally. Pair and a flush draw. Or do we call and let our opponent bluff us on the river, or continue telling a story? With this much money already in the pot, I think calling and shoving are both fine, but I would lean towards shoving. 275. You're going to have 600k behind, which is only 12 bigs. I think the pot is just big enough here that we could just shove comfortably and take it down. And if we get called, then so be it. It's going to be rare that we are behind. We have Nico to worry about behind on the button. Oh dear. It's the 6 of hearts on the river. No DG. Shoves pretty quickly. DG so lucky to hit runner here. But in all honesty, I don't think anti-hero can beat much now. I'm trying to think of a hand that ace king, a one pair hand here beats. That's a bluff from DG. Maybe you can help me here in the chat. I just don't see it. Some semi-bluffs get there as well. Maybe a busted ace 4 of diamonds, something along those lines. Ace 4 of diamonds, ace 5 of diamonds. We block our opponent having an ace, so that's less likely. A hand like 4 or 5 of diamonds now got there. His opponent could have a hand like king queen, but we also block that. I just think this has to be a fold now, and that is why I would lean towards ripping on the turn. agonizing decision here for Anti-Hero, considering there is already nearly 2 million in this pot, and it's 616k to call. Getting over 3-1 on his money. Call or fold in the chat. All vote now. 14 players remaining. The pressure is well and firmly on Anti-Hero here. He has a lot of money invested in this pot already. Doesn't need to be good too often to make this a profitable call. The problem is I just don't think he can beat much, bar a busted diamond draw the way this is played out. Does call it off. He will be sad to see that. DG looking pretty comfortable in that scenario. Anti-Hero might regret that call later, but let's be clear, he did have top pair, top kicker. Good discussion going on in the chat about what he should have done. DG winning pretty big pot here, and 13 players remaining now. €3,175 is the current payout, 4 eliminations away from the final table. Don't know what Black Chory was saying. This has been an awesome channel all this year. It's been the best it's ever been, I feel. So down with that sort of thing. Queens for DG. Pavel with the sixes. 10-8-3-3 is the board. This pot is huge now, 1.5 mil. DG going to bet 600k now. Pavel going to be forced to let it go. This dude is running hot. Cure in the small. 25k to call. Blinds have just gone up. We've had one more elimination. 25, 50, 50 are the blinds. That's 25k small. 50k big with a 50k running big blind ante. And look at this, guys. DG running away with it here. 4.2 mil, 84 bigs. Pavel with 47 bigs. Nico with 29. Cure with 26. Mikhail Blakesh with 20. And Mikutsu with 4. That's how it's looking at this feature with 12 players remaining. 2 tables of 6. 3 eliminations away from the FT. And all players currently guaranteed a minimum of €3,175 with a pay jump blooming to €3,650. Pavel raising from the hijack with 10-9 of hearts and Cure calling on the button with King Jack off suit. Rakesh in for a penny, in for a pound, and will commit to 50k with 8-6 off suit, 3-way action to the flop, 375 in the middle. 10-10-4 trips for Pavel, not much for the other two. Although that shouldn't deter Cure from c-betting. Probably going to bet 125. I was going to say, is Cure just going to c-bet if Pavel decided to check it, but that's not the way it went down. Cure is going to call for that small sizing. Malakesh out of the way. We're off to see a turn, and it's the ace of hearts. Giving Pavel a flush draw, giving Cure a straight draw, although not the greatest straight draws. There are 2 hearts out there on a paired board. Pavel checking to get tricky here on the river. After the turn goes check, check. Is Cure going to bite? Has to know he can't win often here with just king high. Oh dear, it looks like Cure might be going for it here. Very methodical with his thought process. Cool as a cucumber, this fella. We'll just check it back. I was going to say he might try to get his opponent to fold a 4 or 5s or 6s or 7s or 8s or 9s, but it's not the right kind of a guy to get to fold. Pavel has a lot of chips as well. So I think that's just a great check back there. Although it might seem standard, some people will just turn their hand into a bluff on the river. I will say it did look like he was considering it there. No, he definitely was considering it. Cure not even going to risk opening queen 10 there. Just too hard of a lineup behind him. And Mikutsu just with 3.5 bigs. Time to get jiggy with it. All in. Nico calls. This is good for Mikutsu. Way out in the lead for a double up. Back to 8.5 big blinds. Ace queen 7 is the flop 2 spades. Turn is the queen of diamonds. Is the deuce of clubs, and that's a full double up. All the time is in the house, says hello. I was 3 spots away from a ring last night, sadly 4th. Unlucky. Good run nonetheless. Rakesh, 125 to go with King Queen of Hearts takes down the blinds and antes. We cut to all in. Ace 10 of spades. Sixes for DG, and we are off to the races, folks. 925k in this pot. Bikutsu with an opportunity to get back into it. Be 2 double ups in a row. DG has been on fire. Here we go. Oh, it's a 6 in the window. King Jack. And Bikutsu needing a lady. Turn is the 4 clubs. DG really destroying this field. 4 outs in the deck. That's not one of them. It's the 8 of spades. I really just didn't feel it coming there that time. And we're going to lose. Bikutsu in 12th place. And that means 11 players remaining now. We are 2 eliminations away from the final table. KM says, well, I jinxed him. Looks like you did. Pay jump to €3,650 has been reached. The average stack is now just over 2 million. And 11 players remaining. Rakesh raising to 125 from under the gun with ace jack off suit. Mikhail Rakesh betting 90k on the 10-4 deuce 2 spade flop. Cure could have elected to. Oh no, he couldn't. It's under the gun. My apologies. We are shorter handed now, and we have lost one more player. That means we are on the final table bubble. I was going to say, I thought that was a button open for some reason. Thought he was in the big blind. Against a button open, we could elect to rejam with those ace 6, ace 7, and ace 8 offsuits from the big, but ICM, it's not great. But they're nearly better combos to rejam than call and see a flop with. And remember, under the gun is late position now. So KM would say, I don't think this is a defend. Yeah, well, that's your third option, right? If you don't want to defend, I'll probably just let it go. Rakesh against a cut-off open here against Pavel could elect to rejam, but again, these kind of combos are nearly too good to rejam. Just want to call this one. Does call. We'll see a flop. Biz, King 10-4. Pavel should fire something small here, like 75k. Goes for 80. And Rakesh will be happy to just get the showdown here with the ace of diamonds popping off on the river. Better to be winning them small pots than losing them. And KM says plays horrible out of position against an undergun open from sub 20 big blinds and a very capable player in Rakesh. Just roll to move on. Yeah, it's kind of what I do with various aspects of my life. Looks like Cure is going for a raise call with a hand as strong as ace jack off 13 bigs, where a lot of players would just rip. Rakesh is going to shove from the small, and I am sure Cure is going to be calling this one. Oh, did he fold? It looks like he's folded. And I think this is a mistake. Well, he's called. He has called. I was like, why is he messing with his chips? They should be over the line. But anyway, it is all in and call. I was sure that was incorrect. Ace, 10, deuce, 2 hearts. Turn is the queen of clubs. The river is the 7 of hearts, and Cure will get that essential double up. Yeah, I was sure I was making a mistake there. It was like, there's no way he still has chips. Riffling, it looked like, and if he was going to fold, he wouldn't fold that quick. And a man of his caliber, it did not come to this tournament to raise fold sub 15 bigs on the button with ace jack off suit. If he was going to do that, he would just straight up rip. No pair, no draw. Says, I wonder if Pavel could have gotten away with bluffing that ace, or since he has shown so many bad hands, maybe hard to give him credit there. I actually think that's a very good point. Perhaps against a different player, we would see Pavel fire, but against Rakesh, he just decided against it. Also, he had a pair, so I don't think it matters him having a pair in his hand. I actually think you make a very valid point, and perhaps he should have bluffed that river for a large sizing with an ace. Put all those other hands under pressure. That hand happened so fast, and they just checked it down. I didn't even get around to that talking point. So Cure now playing nearly 30 bigs. He'd probably be disgusted with me now, or anyone listening to the stream that knows him, to think that I would have thought he was raised folding with ace jack there. It was just because he seemed to have brought his chips backwards, not forwards. Perhaps they just stayed in the same spot as they always were. I'm sure that won't be the only mistake I make in my lifetime. At least 10 mistakes a day. We're not doing it right otherwise. Johan says, dinner break and bridge this evening. I missed another nice final table. Everyone enjoyed the stream with Action Man Dan. Thanks, Johan. Thanks for your help. And DG. King 9 diamonds. Sure checks back. Be happy to take that one down. DG going to complete in the small with King Jack offs too. Ace 6-4, 2 spades. And DG is just going to check fold, and Clermont is gaining traction now, playing 33 big blinds, close to 1.7 million. Still on the FT bubble. We are playing five-handed here. Five-handed on both tables, of course. Also, guys, there's a huge pay difference between 10th and 9th. You're going from €3,650 all the way to €4,420, which is nearly 2 full buy-ins. Cure faced with the open once again from Pavel. Zeki is just going to call. I think this is best, but duping Marrakesh into the mix. King 7 of hearts. He's got to flick it in here, getting 6-1. Six four is the flop. That's 100k, 125. And Cure wants to be calling. Terrible turn card for Cure. Now he's just going to have to check fold. Oh, it's pink maybe for this size, and he sees a river. Also, I was going to make an argument that you could see him check raise the flop occasionally. Yeah, I think he's going to have to call a second time against Pavel. $1 million in this pot, guys, now as we hit the river. River is a 4, double pair board now. Cure checks. Unlikely Cure has a 4 in his hand, and okay. I actually think he could have tried to extract some additional value there. Maybe the pot was big enough for Pavel to just wave white flag there, knowing he's going to be winning the majority of the time, not wanting to get check raised by a 6 or a 4. God forbid, a bluff. Rakesh in the small blind is just going to let it go. That is just a bit too tight from Rakesh. I feel like he could shove that one. I feel like he could complete in the small blind. Just folding seems a bit too tight in my opinion. Aces for Rakesh on the button just in the nick of time with 9 bigs. Blinds have just gone up 30,000, 60,000, 60,000 running big blind ante. That's 30, 60, 60. Rakesh essentially moves all in. Pavel has a monster here in the big blind with ace-9 facing a button shove, and this is going to be a big swing here for Pavel. This is going to give Rakesh nearly 20 big blinds. Rakesh trying to see the outer table to see if the hand has been completed. Oh, this is a little cheeky grin on this man's face. Win, lose, or draw. Is all in and call aces against ace-9. It is jack 8-3. Turn is the 10 of diamonds, which is a very dangerous card. Pavel has outs. That's not one of them. Rakesh will double up. Ball all the way down to the small. Pavel with king 6 of clubs. DG going to check his option here with 7-6 offsuit. 10 Jack 5 is the flop. 2 hearts. DG giving Cure a walk, and he'll take it with 5 deuce offsuit. It was never easy in that hand with aces, even against ace 9 offsuit. It ain't over till it's over. Are we talking about hoodies again in the chat? My God. The eternal hoodie. Pavel, 125 to go on the cutoff, ace jack offsuit. We're in the small. We've got action here. Rakesh in the big blind. Pocket nines. Just going to be rejamming this one. And guys, remember, we are playing 5-hand on both tables. This is a monster for both players. I can't see Pavel folding. Even though it is a big chunk of his remaining stack, he is covering Rakesh considerably. And ace jack, surely just going to be too strong. Looks like Pavel decided to fold. It's a pretty big tight fold there from Pavel. Ace jack going to be dominating a lot of the rejamming hands that Rakesh can have. We're flipping against all the under pairs. DG raised to 130k with ace queen off suit in the cutoff, and that's good enough to take down the blinds and antes. We'll just take down the blinds and antes with the ace queen. My cash raises from the cutoff of pocket threes to 140k. Okay, we'll take this one down. Pocket threes. You're going to see a lot of raising takes here. No one wanting to bust before this final table. Cure gets a walk. Ace-6 of diamonds. Marrakesh is third to take down the blinds and antes. No pair, no draw says, feel like they haven't seen a lot of the middle pocket pairs today. Seen a lot of 3s to 6s, some queens and aces. Hey, we're only getting to the final table. Everything is going to take place then. I feel like we're going to see a lot of big hands at this FT. Everything from 5-3 suited to 5-3 offsuit to queens, kings, aces. Go on, you name it. We will sort it out for you. It's all taking place this evening. 10-7 suited for Marrakesh. Jeffries, there's a big pair, guys. That's a premium right there. 2 red jacks. No, I'm not saying the catchphrase today yet, KM. I'm going to save that until the opportune moment. I only say it once a day these days. Once on a Sunday, once on a Monday. Unless something spectacular, something that jumps me out of my seat occurs. Speaking of jumping out the seat, the Jacks going for a raise here, it seems. 3-betting. Oh, and Pavel with pocket 9s. And Nico is going to have to gamble with the 9s, even though it is a considerable portion of his stack. It's still sub 15 bigs. We're playing 5-handed. 9's going to be very strong. We're going to have an all in on our hands with the Jacks against the 9s. Well, 35k left in Nico's stack. Pretty solid flop for the Jeffries. Pavel going to need a 9. There's only one left in the deck. Jack of diamonds giving Nico the flush draw. So the 9 of diamonds is no good. Turn is the 5 of spades. River is the deuce of spades. Jack survive. And double up. Pavel loses a chunk of change, but he's still alright. He's playing about 1.6 mil behind. Marrakesh with the 5s to the cutoff. Not going to entertain defending with the Queen Deuce spades. Well, pair no draw says, please no one outer. 2 tables of 5 right now. Yes, indeed. One more elimination to go before we reach the FT. Pure with Queen Deuce here. Ace 9 7 2 diamonds is the flop. He's going to bet one big, hoping to take it down right here, right now. Rakesh is going to entertain him with bottom pair, and we're off to see a turn. And there's the 3 of spades. What's for a second barrel here? 240k. I guess this is just to get a 7 to fold. I actually wasn't expecting to see Cure bet here twice. River is the 4 of hearts. So Cure has to know he can't win by checking. He's bet the flop. He's bet the turn. Surely has to give up on the river. Yeah, and he does do just that. Knows his opponent's not going to have an ace, but after calling twice, they're unlikely to fold a 9. Something to that effect. Just decides to let it go. Give up on the hand. 71 bigs for DG. Nico with 32. Mikhail Rakesh now with 30. Pavel with 26. And Clement Cure with 15. DG raising to 125 in the cutoff at 6-5 of clubs, and Cure on the button. Ace Jack of diamonds. Going to be rejamming this one. Does move all in. Nice pickup for Clement Cure. Some well-needed chips added to his stack. Cure raises from the cutoff. Pavel is going to complete, and I see a 6 in the window, followed by a deuce and a 10. Wow, what a turn card it is. Betting a call, turns the 9 of diamonds. It's going to be very tough for Pavel to continue in this hand now. Cure has a lot of outs. He can rep a 10 comfortably here with a second barrel. He's got all the overcards for the draws. It's just going to be very tough for Pavel to realize equity on this river. Realize equity by calling to see the river. That's what I meant to say. And guys, you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, this is going to be the last hand before the break. 9 players remaining now. Average stack is 2.5 million. We're going to be going on a nice break before the FT commences. Well, Cure just wants to bet an amount that sets up a perceived river jam. Or just, I was going to say about 350. But he's betting over half his stack. And I actually like this sizing because he's betting almost pot. Or he's actually overbet the pot. He bet 550 into 550, so he's bet pot. Just to show that he's committed and has to call the rest. I actually think that's an awesome bet he made. Right, folks, we are going on a break for a half an hour. One of the longer breaks we've seen. I'm going down to finish the rest of my dinner. I hope you all get refreshed for what's set to be an action-packed final table. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
All for love, I'd do anything. I can't seem to find my identity. All for love, but I plead insanity. Circles around my heart on repeat. All this for the sake of loving you. Welcome to this place. It's a table for two. I just cannot think about it. Can't live without it. Won't be without it.
Bogdanov's watching this going, how come Martinson can't have all the fun? I'm the chip leader here.
Yeah, but he still has 6 million. It's okay. Martinson, once again, 2 10s. He's got the firepower to fight.
His arms must be getting tired, Randy.
Just kidding. I don't think he minds it.
We might have to relay the felt.
100.
Excuse me, can I touch my top phone? Yeah?
Looks like he'll be raising, taking this one.
Yeah, Chateau with King 3 offsuit. Such a poor hand.
No chance he's playing this. Is he? Okay, I'm sorry.
There we go, Randy.
It's surprising because he hasn't been wanting to play hands, but
He's seen enough. He's seen Martinson play every hand, though. I guess Randy's decided, look, I'm gonna make a stand here for one blind. I've got a short stack back.
he's had enough.
Yeah.
Didn't want to wait anymore. No flop.
Martinson top set because he needed a hit hand. Can Martinson find the check back, Randy? Against such a short stack.
Don't think he will, just because this board hits the big blind a little bit, right? 7, 6, gut shots.
Is it a tiny bet and trying to induce a check jam?
I think he comes in small because he has the best pieces of this board with top set. But rarely would he want to check back this flop.
$65,000. The bet very small. And a switch
Oh my
check.
God! What is going on here? Made a move with just King 3 high, no backdoor hearts, and he's pretty much dusted. Looking for an 8 or 9 and a 9 to kind of chop this one up.
Wow, Randy. He knew it was the big blind's board. And he took advantage of that situation, or at least he thought he was going to, but instead, Martinson has him all but dead. Randy, what are we seeing?
Well, that's it.
That seals it. Chateau out in 27th. I mean, I always give credit to someone giving it a go, Randy, but that was spicy.
Just so many insane hands in this first frame of play.
Yeah, we've not been spoiled for action, Randy.
Why not? Rajanovski's got ace-jack.
He's the man who's been at the heart of most of it.
Love this guy. Love to see him get some chips going his way. Drop in 4 blues. Make that 100K.
Yeah.
Ace queen suit. Oh, he's just in trouble. I don't see a world where Rajanovski gets away from this one against ace queen of hearts.
Yeah, he's been opening all the hands. Now may meet resistance. And he may just decide ace jack suited. It's too much kit. Let's see though. Adamski.
Ah, he's grabbing those re-raising chips immediately.
Does take up to 5 blinds. Which may give Rajanovski the appearance that he could potentially
He might
get
think,
a fold.
oh, I can peel this maybe. And if he peels, which he does, there is a chance he can just get away when he misses.
He's got no fear of playing these spots, Randy, with SPR of 1 or less than 1.
He was given a good price pre, to be fair.
Yeah. He's going to need to miss. Unless it's, of course, that jack or clubs. Well.
Club. Followed by 2.
Here we go.
Clubs.
He's just announcing the stop and go, Randy. Stop and go for pot. Now, Adamski has to ponder this. Like, it's not ace-king, is it? Ace-king's jamming pre. So he's thinking, is it a hand like 7s or 5s that...
He pretty much has the nut-no pair. He does have the backdoor hearts, which is helpful for added equity. If he's up against 2 clubs, he's doing okay, as you can see. Yes, the question is this opponent ever paired at this point? Hard to say. You know, Rajanovski is hard to put on a hand.
Right, does it feel like against this player we just kind of have to shrug and call?
I would think you'd have to shrug and call. You need to wait how often you're up against like a flush draw or a pair. Even against a pair, you're not doing too bad with 2 overs and backdoor hearts.
If it's 5s, we're actually in pretty good shape. 7s, 9s, 10s.
Yes, counterfeit opportunities against smaller pairs. I think this is pretty much a slam dunk call.
Yeah, he does make it. I'm with him. I'd be calling, and he's going to see it flipping. Of course, there is some chop equity.
Let's see, can he find a chance to stay in this tournament for Rajanovski, who's been the most active player at this featured table?
Yeah, we're not picking favourites in the booth, nothing against Adamski, but I want Rajanovski to stick around, so maybe a chop's fair.
Is that fair? Because that is the nut flush.
That'll do it. Double up via clubs. He's staring Adamski down even though he's just doubled up for him. I love it.
Ooh.
Here we go. Blind on blind against the action man. What, 13, 14 blinds and a monster.
This is a monster off of this stack of 13 blinds.
I guess we could raise it up.
I like a raise, but not all in, you know, say make it like 3 blinds or so. You want to charge the big blind to see free flops.
He's actually pretty unlucky from Sochi's point of view that no one's open before him, because this would be a lovely spot to get a jam in. Over and open, but as it is, he plays the hand he's dealt. Oh, he's gone for the...
There is a chance that Rajanovski says, well, I've got an ace, it's blind versus blind, let me just rip it in.
He has gone all in.
Trouble.
Rajanovski's jam running into the 2 10s of Tochi. Of course, he is live with the over, as is often the case when you rip in an ace-x hand. One of those cards is going to be live, Randy.
Button the blazer.
Yeah. Glasses on or not for the all-ins, do we think?
Well, we do think that the 10s are good on this board.
5, 6, 7. heart. A very bad card for him to see, reducing his outs to just the black aces. Tochi with a chance to get up to 1.4 million. That's what he's going to do. Very improbable from the 350k we saw him have a very short while ago. Now has quadruple that amount.
King 9. King 9, you push me away already. Only nuts. A minute.
Joe back at it. This time with more chips, he leaves 600 back. Raised to $1 million, and he's run into an ace-king. And you see Emile Bisset happy to push forward 2.9 million. Suvarna with the ace-king suited, by the way. And might this be one of those situations, Randy, because if Suvarna comes along, maybe, just maybe, Joe looks at this and thinks it's a bad spot, or there's no way he's got a shot at a triple up.
The problem is that we're not in the money yet. So if we were, then he's got a lot of reason to fold, try to get a little pay jump. But he's put in like a lot of his stack, $1 million. Maybe if he made it like 600, had $1 million back, I don't... We'll see, but we know the ace-king suited definitely is performing pretty well in this spot. Because let's just say Joe raises to $1 million and folds, leaves 3 big blinds, and Bisset happens to bust out. There's still 2 from the money. It's going to be so hard for him to still creep in there with the remaining 8 if that was the case. I think he just gotta flick it in and hope for the best.
Yeah, and
it's crossing his mind as he threw out all the time banks first.
Hope is really all he's gonna have here, but
he knows he's dominated in one spot almost certainly.
The aces all block one another. The kings are blocking one another. His jack is the cleanest of cards available. The problem is he needs to hit it. The struggle is so real for him here, Randy.
Yeah, he wish he could have like a jack 10 right now or like a pocket pair, something he knows that is not dominated. There's no chance that ace jack has ever just got 2 overcards against both these hands or he's dominating one spot.
Okay, gamble.
Gamble, let's go.
I want to 30%. Oh, 30%. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Flush.
Last 600,000 comes forward, so the main pot will be between 3 players. 2.6 million on the side between Santosh and Bisset.
先算放一个。
不用，就发勾就行。这把赢了，好起来了，510是吧？
So 7.9 million in total available to Emile and Santosh. The flop, somehow the case ace finds its way to the board, but facts remain in terms of Joe's need for a jack. Backdoor spades for Suvarna.
No pressure, but jack. No pressure.
Oh, wait a minute. Now, Suvarna picks up the nut flush draw. You can see the stress on Bisset's face here. As currently he's chopping the whole thing with Santosh, but a spade on the end would dash his hopes. A jack would keep Joe Chuen in there. What's it going to be?
Wow.
It is a spade.
No.
Runner, spades, and we've got a double knockout here. And look at Dvoris.
I told you flush, you know?
Very thankful.
Yes.
Obviously, nothing for Emile Bisset to do. Ace-king against ace-king. Deeply unlucky. Ramos, by the way, part of such an incredibly accomplished contingent of Brazilian players out there. Yuri Zivalevsky, Andre Akari, another one that comes to mind. Bruno Volkmann.
There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
What about Pedro Gargnani?
Yeah, he too.
So one's a coffee connoisseur, the other the tea connoisseur.
Don't forget tennis connoisseur as well for Volkmann.
That's right.
Time bank or not? Time bank, yeah?
Jack 8 under the gun. Ren activating.
This makes sense.
Time bank police.
Santos in the small blind in these spots, or the big? Believe they had a player between them.
Moulton's been given like 22 time banks this tournament.
I mean, obviously Santos being the only guy who hasn't covered this is
that you were given like 22
worthy of thought. Believe Dvoris is between them.
Yeah, Santos is in the
You
small,
still have it.
small blind tends to play tight, even with a big stack.
Yep.
I like this awareness of the positions from Lin to find a spot to steal the blinds. Which he does.
Normal or friendly?
Oh,
You can choose.
did we have a call
Normal
from
or
Cabral? I'm
friendly?
sorry.
Let's say before flop. Good luck. Huh? Good luck? Okay. I think it means normal.
Good luck.
So, indeed, Cabral did flat, flew under our radar given that his cards hadn't been scanned yet again. A 6 deuce. Obviously, this is a sort of board that Ren is supposed to be able to rep.
Especially from under gun where he's going to raise a lot of ace-x, suited or not. And this sprinkle here is designed to just kick out unpaired hands.
Empty. What is this bet? You wanna bet? Bet like normal. What is this? 300. I don't understand. 300. Santosh, what is this bet? Can you help me? Probably 6-3, yeah. You wanna buy cheap free? Please. After the hand, please, next time.
So Cabral with a couple of 9s here does call the 300k c-bet. And note that the floor came over and asked him to scan his cards here mid-pot. He pushed back a little bit and said after the hand next time. Supposed to be scanning it before the hand.
Yep. I think he's saying, tell me after the hand rather than I'll do it after the hand.
Of course, they've told him multiple times in between hands, and that hasn't worked. So I think now perhaps a little bit more of an aggressive position being taken by the staff.
I hear you. Whoa, look at this. Ren Lynch's got nothing. Cutting out chips. Trying to apply that bubble pressure.
900 into 1.9. Not a negligible size. And obviously Cabral just fresh off of a double. Doesn't want to say goodbye to these chips too quickly.
This looks like an impossible call, but would be correct.
It's a call that's begging for a river check.
Exactly. But I'm thinking if Renlin bets his turn, he's going to fire a lot of rivers. This is an amazing call from Cabral. But one more street to be played.
And that street places an overcard to the 9s on the river, not one that rates to be of concern for Cabral.
I think the 10 doesn't change too much for Renlin. He thinks that once he got called, he is up against an ace, but he could ask for it all, and it'll be hard to call if you don't have a nice kicker to go along. He should believe that normally a hand like 9s and lower would be out on the turn, hence why he bet.
And there is a jam from Ren. Max pressure being applied. Stone money bubble, snap fold there from Martin. Think about all the spots in which he's taken time. In that one, he knew exactly what he was going to do. I thought it would be worth, given the opportunity that's presenting itself and the fact that he called flop and turn, maybe just looking up at Ren, engaging him in conversation as he tends to do, and trying to see if he could get any sort of tell.
So what are you saying, Henry? If the board is King, Queen, Jack 10, that a 9 makes a straight as well, not just the ace.
Yeah, that would have been
okay.
a king
Alright.
high straight.
All right, I'm with you. I'm here. I'm
We'll
feeling
get
it.
there. I feel like you should do another giveaway, mate.
Okay.
Get the blood flowing.
I'll get king. I'll get ace, ace. Okay.
Let's do some basic no limit hold'em trivia.
Like basic hand rankings.
Yeah.
All right, I've got one for you.
More so for you than the viewers, but we can do it in the form of a giveaway.
I've got one. I've got a good one. Straight related. It's a learning experience for all of us as down Dvorak, it's down at Jack 8 of clubs. Remember, if you do want to be in the chance to win the giveaway, the only place your answer counts is the Poker Room Kings Twitch chat. It's the only place we can contact you. So please do head on over if you haven't already done so. And Danny Tang, if you're watching and thinking about switching over, whatever you answer, I'm not going to give you a ticket, I'm afraid. You've won enough this year. Everyone not named Danny Tang is eligible as long as they're on Twitch.
Fair. That is fair.
There's Ren. Applies some pressure with the 5-6 suited to the Dvorak limp. Raising to 3 blinds.
ISOing against Forest.
Sam Lowry asking how we get in contact. We get in contact by whispering on Twitch. That's why we need you to be on Twitch, being with a chance of winning.
Not whispering as in ASMR. The messaging service on Twitch.
Indeed.
Oh, hello.
Jack 7-6.
Not 2.8 out there. This could be a fun one. Pair v pair, monotone ball texture. Expect to see Lin continue small and wide after ISOing from the big. Even with a hand like this that does connect in weak fashion. Looks like 25%. Tag me in, coach. I'm ready for the 100k.
And Dvorak says there's a seat open. You're welcome anytime in this game, he says. He'll even give you position.
Pick your seat, Henry. Here, mate. We'll call him a Susover as well. This does come with check call. This is one of the biggest pots, three-handed, that we've seen so far. 4.2 out there.
Ooh. Card that gives both a little something extra. Dvorak, open-ender. Lin, a gutter. That's where that hand's heading. Bottom pair. 3-spade board. He's happy to check it back. And finds trip 6s on the end. Disaster for Dvorak.
Shocking river card for the double D fans. 4.2 out there. Could see Dvorak come with something like 1.7, like around 30% pot.
2.8 million.
It's going bigger.
2.8 into 4.2.
2.8.
Thinks he's loving life. Actual fact, disaster is waiting him. Very hard though for Henry, surely, against that size for Lin to try and get more.
You think that he does a raise with trips?
That's what I'm asking you.
Oh, I mean, I feel like the way the hand's played out, if he's got a flush, so be it. We've got a very disguised hand. We're about as strong as we can be after we check turn, right? Unless we just mix in some trappy checks with nut flushes on a straight completing turn.
All the time cards go in.
Yeah.
It's going to need a moment here.
So, 2.8 on request, 3.3 back.
He does go for it. And that, it's a dagger to Dvorak.
Yeah, the immediate discomfort. You can just see how pained and perplexing this spot is for Dan. It just doesn't make sense. Like, It's continued 25% on the flop. Voris call, turn goes check, check. Voris then bets 2.8 into 4.2, 2/3 pot. To then get jammed on a board pairing
Sad times.
non-spade river.
Sad times for Dvorak indeed. Facing a spot for his tournament life. But even if he folds here, he's so short now, Henry. Doesn't enjoy it. He knows most of the time he's not good, but he still has to call some of the time. There are some bluffs. You suggesting there aren't a lot of strong hands that make sense here. Checking back that turn, really confusing Dvorak. Is he more expecting to see strong hands in the form of turn checks than he is rivered sixes? Would that be fair to say?
As in having nut flushes or nothing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if Lin ever felt like he bets turn and river, Dvorak isn't going to fold a pair. But the way to get it done would be to jam all in on the river with like a king of spades, ace of spades. But they also have ace high has showdown. Be pretty gangster to expect Forrest to bet half of his stack and then fold with just a lone spade blocker.
Dvorak's turn to go deep into this tank, staring his man down. Ren Lin very animated. Unusual circumstances, but game face on in this pot, not breaking that stay into the middle of the board. Giving away nothing.
Yeah, just a vacant gaze out into the abyss.
Plenty of time cards left for Dvorak.
It's not often that you see Daniel pained by a spot like this.
Sick, in a sick way though, it looks like he's enjoying the tough decision. His smile on his face, this is what he lives for. Playing for the highest stakes, making the toughest decisions.
It is what they live for. They love the process. The competition.
Yeah, as much as you study, every situation is unique. Yeah, it's just 3.3 million behind. Pot up to 13 million. Doesn't have to be right that often. He makes the call.
Oh, he's looked him up.
Nice hand. Wow, nice hand.
Henry, he makes the call. Daniel Dvorak, the 25k GG Millions Live bracelet winner just a few days ago. Going to finish third here in the 50k diamond high roller. Good for another 266,000 euros he can throw on the pile when he gets home.
7.5, right?
Just going to get confirmation, but Lin does have him covered.
2.05, right?
Couldn't get away from it, James.
Yeah, he covers me.
No need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up. That'll be the payout for the next two spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
Kings now for Sai. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Queen Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Tsai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Harley.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by two black kings,
Just gonna be bang bang.
yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci Italy would have been more apropos, but I know, yeah.
You know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
That it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella. One that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required. 4-set continuation, unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Well, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello?
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
King 9.
Good evening and welcome back, folks. The final table of the Spadepoker Tour, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, is about to commence. Lights, camera, action. Cards are about to be in the air. OG, your chip leader from Turkey, playing 89 bigs. And Mati Masiak from Slovakia is in C2. Easier to do it this way. DG with 69 bigs. Jan Lormel from France with 56 bigs. Mikel Marrakesh then with 30 bigs. Nico with 30. Peter Philip with 27. Clement Cure with 25. Mati Masiak with 23. And Pavel rounding out this final table. But let's not forget about him with 21 big blinds. So entertaining. As Red Misty says, evening, Dan, baby. Good evening, Red Misty. If you've seen what I've been eating the last few days, you wouldn't be calling me a baby anyway. But welcome nonetheless, just in time. Couldn't have joined at a better moment, really. So, dealer, shuffle up and deal. Cards are in the air. Let's go. 9 players remaining now. All guaranteed a minimum of €4,420. Jacks for Cure, first hand of the FT here, not facing anything, raising to 120. Blinds are still 30, 60, 60. OG is just going to call from the small. I was going to say you could 3-bet fold, you could just fold, or straight up rip. Ripping seems like a lot. Does go for the call. Think this is the best choice. Ace, ace, 10 is the flop. Cure will like this flop with 2 aces out there and a 10. Is just going to see bet. OG does have good shot straight draw. Also a king is good, of course. A lot of different nationalities being represented at this FT. Turkey, Slovakia, Switzerland, France. 3 from the Czech Republic, Lithuania as well. 2 Frenchmen, 3 hometown heroes hoping to take down this title. €47,000. And let's not forget about first, second, third and fourth taking home a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event that takes place in Rozvadov under this roof later on this year. That's not a good river card for the Jacks, to say the least. At least Cure didn't lose a chunk of change. Strategy should be, as always, the bigger stacks can put maximum pressure on the shorter stacks, especially with significant ICM. Be taken into consideration. Peter going to raise to 125 with King, Queen of Hearts. One of the sexiest hands in the deck. Ace Jack of Hearts calling from the big. And it's a spicy flop. Top pair, top kicker for DG. And Peter open-ended. A lot of equity here for both players involved. Wow, look at that for a turn card. Betting a call, 640k in this pot, 640. Over 10 big blinds. Turn somehow goes checked. Oh my God, it's the 5 of hearts on the river. It is a paired board, but this is a sick run out. DG really running hot. And that small sizing surely gets raised from the King, Queen of Hearts. You've got to go for value here. You get called by a 10. Worse flushes. Just move all in. DG is going to snap. We have an elimination. That's disgusting. Peter deciding, wasting little time before shoving all in. DG snapping them off. What I was going to say, is it possible that one of the players involved in the hand has a full house? But neither giving that any consideration at all, really. Deciding, hey, my hand's too good. If you've got me beat, you've got me beat in whatever form it is. We do have our first casualty at the final table. We'll take home €4,420 for their efforts. That means all remaining players guaranteed a minimum of €5,525. Yeah, Yuri says, don't think they have much boats, only jacks. Jack 10 suited, that might have called a 3-bet. Yeah. Well, there was no 3-bet in that hand. It was just a raise and a call. 4-7 deuce is the flop here. OG with ace deuce of diamonds. Turn is the 3 of clubs. Goes check, check. Jan is just going to check, and OG happy to check this one down. A wee bit of deuce. OG has massive stack. My God. Yeah, there are some full house combos, but you're just not going to be folding ace jack suited there. Or just a nut flush, whatever what you want to call it. Yeah, the hand just plays itself on the river, I feel. All the way around to the small blind. Yeah, I'm a king 6. Jan playing a chunky stack here of over 50 bigs as well. A lot of chips in play with this FT. No pair, no draw. Says, yeah, I think you never fold enough flush there. Even if you convince yourself your opponent could have a boat, it's just way too strong of a hand to think more than a minute on. If he has it, you just say nice hand and move along. Yuri says the moment the 5 of hearts came, you just knew everything went in. Yeah. Ivy blind battle between Pavel and Mrakesh, and some money might go in here. Both players with a pair. Bet a 75k in a call. Oh, we've got action. Turn is the 6 of diamonds, and Pavel might take a chunk of chips off Mikhail Mrakesh. I don't see how this doesn't all go in by the river. Let's go check on the turn. Now, if I'm Pavel, I'm betting pretty big here. That's not pretty big, although it is the sizing that might induce a shove from Mrakesh. suppose shoving seems like too much. And Pavel is just going to snap him off. I still think we could have seen it all go in there. A big pot nonetheless. Nasty hand for Marrakesh. Pavel back to almost 2 million. Kamikaze Boogie in the house. He says, action, action indeed, buddy. DJ Triple always hovering around. Ghost Malone. I don't think we can come back over the top there with the King 6. I actually kind of like a check jam from Pavel on that river. Just because he's capable. We've seen him make some wild plays. And he knows that they know that he knows that they're both capable. He will be aware that some of those hands have been discussed about him around the building. Makazi. Boogie says, Action Man Dan, the greatest commentator in the land. I don't know about that. But thank you for your comment nonetheless. The best one-man band in the land. I'll take that. Yeah, you know that he knows you know that you know, you know? That's what I was trying to say, no pair, no draw. So they're looking DG and OG, nearly 100 big blinds apiece, and then Jan Lormel with 55. 22. And Marrakesh is the shortest stack, but still a very workable 17 big blinds. We know how well he can play off a short stack. So we're around to the small blind here for Nico, 10-9 off suit. 9-3-3-10 here. 2 pair for Nico. Georges with Queen 4 offsuit. Nico bets and takes it down. Rakesh raising to 140 from the cutoff. Nico, pocket 6 is on the button. I think he just wants to call. Rakesh bets and takes that one down on the ace king 3-2 hard flop. Ormel raises to 125 with ace-9 offsuit, takes down the blinds and antes. OG making it 150 to go here on the button with A7 off suit, and DG is going to call. OG against DG. DG is on fire, folks. Flops another set. Checking it over to OG. Now, it should go without saying, but I'm going to say it anyway. These two do not want to get in a big tangle with each other. A tango dance, if you will. 85 is the bet. They just have so much chips. If they were to get into a huge altercation, it would be just an ICM disaster. Raised to 230k. OG is 3-betting here at the 625. I thought he was just going to get out of the way. The right move here is to just call. Just call for 395 more. Especially when we only have a couple of draws out there. There's not much to protect against. I just don't like clicking it back. And that's way more than a click back. He's put $1 million on top. Oh, this is boo. Boo earns from me on this one. It's not a board we want to be attacking like that. He just wants to call. Let his opponent continue telling whatever story they are telling. Not even a flush draw out there. I understand that his opponent is repping an overpair and they want to play for it, but the chances that they're going to be playing for it all there when they have such a large portion of the chips in play between them is extremely unlikely. Marrakesh with the kings at kings. Ace Jack A2 hearts is the flop. Lord Mel out flopping Marrakesh's kings. 130k is the bet. And Jan just going to be calling this one, I'd imagine. Turn goes check, check. River is the 7 of clubs. Ace Jack 8, 6, 7. Jan most likely just wants to get the showdown at this point. Marrakesh won't be feeling too hot on this board with his pocket kings. Yeah, I'm betting 600k. Obviously, feels like he can get additional value here from his ace, even if he does just have a deuce as a kicker. This is an excellent bet from Jan, knowing exactly where his opponent's at. I expected to see him check it. Wow. Gets the call from his opponent. And that is a large pot that Marrakesh is sending in the direction of Jan. Marrakesh going to be left with just 5 big blinds. As Kevin joins us and says, good afternoon from Miami. Come on in, Kevin. The water is lovely. Marrakesh under the gun with 5 bigs. Blinds are 40, 80, 80. Think we're going to see him go all in here. KM says the water is lovely, but there's sharks in the water. Sharks in the water, mate. Crikey. Fold all the way around to Pavel. I think Pavel wants to gamble here with King Jack for this price. It's 4-6-4. It's looking good for Marrakesh for a double up. 1 million in the pot. Till he's seen the turn card. Turn is the king of diamonds. And now just an ace can save Marrakesh. River is the 10 of diamonds. We lose Mikel Marrakesh in 8th place. Sad to see him go. About 5.5 grand he takes home with him, but he'll be disappointed with that one. Feel like he could have got away from those kings. But it's tough out there. No pair, no draw says I have a work meeting in about 30 minutes. Hopefully I don't miss any fun hands. Thankfully it'll be a short meeting. Do what you got to do. Matty with ace deuce of spades in the hijack. Gonna raise it up off 13 bigs. Ace deuce of spades. And Jan on the button here. 54 bigs, king queen off suit. What way does he want to proceed? If he 3-bets, he's essentially committing himself to Matty. He does just call. I think this is best course of action. Eco in the big, sub 20 bigs also, 80k to call, jack 7 off suit. No problem with just letting this one go, even though we are getting amazing odds to see the flop. Jack 10-7 is the flop. Matty does not like that one. Terrible flop for his hand. Jan, on the other hand, he's got 2 overcards with his king queen. New subscriber in the house, must save Ferris. Nice one, must save Ferris. If you're out there somewhere, much appreciated. Yeah, and we'll win another pot. And we've got action here because Pavel's got the Jeffries, Maddie's got two black ladies. Maddie gets it in. Pavel won't like this. We'll get the bad news. Music to Maddie's ears. 2 million and change in this pot. Ten, 6, deuce is the flop. Turn is the ace of spades. Just a Jeffrey on the river, or Maddie will double up. River is the 4 diamonds. Big double up there for Maddie. There you have the update, folks. DG with 82 bigs, OG with 62, Jan with 59, Maddie now playing 26 bigs, Pavel with 19, Nico with 18, and Cure has some work to do, but he still has 12 bigs. Just over $1 million in chips. Line still 40-80-80. Good evening. If you're just tuning in, you're watching the Spade Poker Tour main event from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We are live on a 30-minute delay. 47,000 euro for the winner, and top 4 going to get a ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. Taking place at this venue later on this year. Pavel going for it here from the cutoff. 7-5 suited. 450k to go. DG, the original opener here with ace queen off suit. I think we just stick it in Pavel's eye here, knowing what he's capable of. DG is just going to call. This does look very strong from Pavel. Perhaps calling is a better option given the ICM considerations. It is 10-4 deuce. 10-4-3 even. Turn is the 10 of spades. After Pavel betting and getting called, he's just going to go for it here on the turn. Pavel betting 475, leaving himself with 440 behind. And now DG in a bind, forced to let his hand go. Pavel takes it down. Pavel back to 30 bigs, and he doesn't show this time. Nice bluff by Pavel. Pavel raising, taking down the blinds and antes with his ace nine of hearts. No pair, no draw. Says he only. I guess he only shows the 3-5 suited or the 3-5 offsuit. Pavel ace 3 suited. Decides to let it go. Surprised to actually see him fold the ace 3 suited there. We are 7-handed now. All players guaranteed a minimum of €7,800. Pavel with the ladies facing the raise to 280,000 in the small blind with 8-5 off suit from Jan. Three bets to 850k. Takes that one down. He can have 5-3 suited. He can have aces. This guy has a wide three betting range from any position. Queen 10 of spades raising to 180k. And Nico going to be rejamming 10s from the big blind here, I would imagine, but it is an under the gun +1 open, but we are seven-handed now. I think this is just a hand we want to rejam. Off 16 bigs here. Occasionally we might just flick it in and see a flop, but against the chip leader, I'm all for just jamming. We'll shove. And he is just going to posture and pause. Run the clock a small bit here. Not going to be calling the all-in with Queen 10 suited. Whoa! Guys, I did not expect to see a call here. It's for nearly 15 bigs. It is 15 bigs. It's more. 15 bigs more. 17 bigs total. This is a huge chunk of change. Massive ICM mistake here from the chip leader. Obviously fancies himself here with a Queen 10 suited. Just 32% equity. And Nico, golden opportunity for him to double up. We've got action for a 3 million pot almost. Tens can't be complaining getting called by Queen 10 suited. Flop is ace king deuce. A jack will do it now for OG also. Turn is the 9 of clubs. River is the 7 of clubs. Massive double up there for Nico, and OG sending a chunk of change in the opposite direction. Still playing 3.4 million, which is good for 42 big blinds, but that is way too much chips to be calling off there in that exact situation. Even if ICM isn't involved there, I think we just want to pass. Too much at stake, and we've all the chips. We just don't need to take risks like that. And I have a feeling he will regret that one later. We've got more action here. OG with the aces, and oh dear for Nico with the jacks, having just doubled up. I think Nico might just call this one. From the small blind, does go for the call. Cure in the big might come along for the ride. I think he has to. Flop is Queen 6-9. OG betting 250 with the overpair. Now Cure has a piece of it, and Nico might want to come along for the ride here for this sizing to see a turn card. Jack's just getting out of the way. Very savvy fold there. Just one overcard. Cure decides to just go all in here, catching a piece. A non-believer. And this could be it for Clement Cure. Needs a 9 on the river and a 9 only. Doesn't arrive. It's another 6, and OG gets some chips back, and we lose a very competent player, Clement Cure. Always a pleasure to commentate on that man's play. Unlucky, sir. Good game. You will take home €7,800 for your efforts, and that means 6 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of 5 figures, €10,400, and it is all to play for. Matty going to raise to 160 here. 9-8 of clubs. Nine, 7, King 7. And OG going to check the river, which is the ace of diamonds. And Matty happy to check that one down. OG will take it down. Not liking that river. Will win with his pair of kings. We are 2 eliminations away from the ticket. By the way, don't really like that raise. You got to remember we are 6-handed now, so you're in a position raising an 8-9 suit. It's not the end of the world. We just don't have a massive stack. We only have 21 or 22 bigs to start the hand. Ace 10 for OG here. Been very aggro the last orbit or so. Ace Queen for Matty in the cutoff. G going for another 3-bet, this time with Ace 10 suited. Matty getting out of the way, and Nico in the cutoff here. Now, do we just 4-bet rip this knowing that OG is well capable of 3-betting light in this exact scenario, or do we just call with what's at stake? Running into a hand here would be pretty nasty, but on the other hand, how often does OG have a hand he's calling off with here? Problem with a player like OG is we just seen him call 17 bigs with Queen 10 suited, so you don't really want to be getting it in. So I think that indicates to me that your clear choice is just the flop. So he does call for 320. We're off to a flop with 1.1 million out there. $764 is the flop. 2 clubs. $325 is the bet from OG. It's not really our board with the ace queen. Although for this sizing and being in position, I feel like I'm going to call and see a turn. We've got backdoor club working for us. Hopefully our opponent shuts down. And he will call. Run is the queen of diamonds. Nico will love that turn card, especially when the stack to pot ratio is about 1-to-1. OG checking. And now I don't mind all 3 options here. Sometimes we can check back. Sometimes we just move all in. Yes, I think all in is probably the best bet. Really don't want to make a very small bet here. Opponent calls and bad river comes off. You don't know where you're at. Protecting your hand at that point seems like the best bet. Even if it is just slightly over pot. Maybe if you argue in the chat, a smaller sizing is better to get called by weaker hands. But there's still just so much money to pick up right here, right now. That would be my go-to in that exact situation. OG raising to 160 in the cutoff, takes down the blinds and antes. $71 bigs for DG, OG with 56, Yam with 54, Nico 46, Pavel with 36, and Mai with 16 bigs is your shortest stack. OG opening in the hijack with the 6-7 of spades. 10-7-3 is the flop. Pavel defending pre with the ace-jack off suit. OG going about 175, and Pavel loving this turn card. He's now got top pair, top kicker. Again, he doesn't need to be raising these ones, but he's going for a raise again. This time it looks like to about 400k, 450. OG just going to be forced to fold for this sizing. Surely it's 275 more to call. Does let it go. Matty raises to 180 in the hijack with kings. $100K. Defends for Nico with ace jack, and the flop is 9-6-4. Kings again for Matty, another big pair. I'll tell you how Clement Cure busted now in a second, KM. Matty going to bet 200K. Might just see Nico release. Does want to see a turn card. Matty only has 900K behind here. Turn is the Queen of Hearts. Matty just going for it all here on the turn. 900K. Nico going to be forced to fold. And Nico is giving this careful consideration, but he won't be calling, surely. Does look quite draw heavy from Matty the way he's played his hand, but let's not forget here, the jack is a card we would want our opponent to have. So we block our opponent having those draws. Granted, we unblock hearts. Wow, Nico decides he's going to call. Wasn't expecting to see this. Matty stands up, has his jacket on. A very nice jacket, I might add. I've been admiring that one from afar. I'd have to look into getting one of them myself. But we have a river card coming up, 2.7 million in the pot. River is the 9 of diamonds, and Matty will sit back down. KM asked how did Clement cure bust. He actually bust in not great fashion. KM, he stacked off sub 10 bigs. He'd second pair on the board. He king 9 of spades. The flop was king or queen 6-9. And I think it was OG who had kings. We're seeing a lot of big pairs popping off. Popanovsky. Still 6 remaining. King 8-3 is the flop. All clubs. Pavel has the ace of clubs. OG coming up short here. Surely just Pavel will take this one down with a small bet. Yeah, sorry. One item I forgot to leave out there was Jack's called in the small blind pre and we were in the big blind. I didn't give the best explanation there, but I was just saying he stacked off sub 10 bigs with second pair on queen 6-9. He was getting very good odds to call pre with king 9 of spades in the big. So thank you for your explanation there, all in or fold. And it was aces, not kings. I had it all wrong. Or just the opponents. It was aces against Jack's pre. Jack's getting away for just one small bet. The bet was 250k on the flop. Blinds have gone up here anyway. 50, 100, 100. Kings 8, 6, 2 spades is the flop. Queen 10 of spades, spin raises in the cutoff. Nico going to bet 150 on the Jack 7-3 one spade flop. DG is going to call. We'll see a turn. Turn is the 4 of clubs. Goes check, check. River is the 10. Nico with the best of it. Rivering a pair of 10s.
So, Clement, congratulations for 7th place. I would like to ask you about your game today. Would you change some decisions, for example?
I don't think. I think I play good. Maybe one hand, but it's like that.
Yeah, and what do you think about your opponent? Was it like hard or difficult final table?
No, it was normal. I play my game normal, so it was not so difficult.
And is it your first time in Rozvadov, or you're coming here quite often?
No, I'm here every time. Yeah.
So do you like it here, yeah?
Yeah, I like. It's nice field, big field, small buy-in.
You can give Spadepoker a follow on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook. The production has looked amazing, has to be said. Floyd on the Moon says, headed to bed, gonna fall asleep to poker, chip, ASMR, and the smoothest broadcaster. Thanks for the stream as always. Well, thank you for your kind words. Sleep well, my friend. Maddie flopping a set here, by the way. On the 10-6-4, 2 diamond flop. Can't get paid. Maddie, 220 to call on the cutoff. Jack's raising under the gun. Matty going for a 3-bet to 685, and Nico most likely just wants to 4-bet rip here. Got to remember they're playing 6-handed. I think Jacks plus just going to be too good in this exact scenario. Even if there is significant ICM at play. Whoa, Nico. Nico giving Matty ultimate respect there. Holding a monster. Shocked to see that, folks. Don't know what to say about that one in the chat. There are massive pay jumps in play, but I just feel you're not going to get much better spots than that, the 4-bet rip. Have a 3-betting from the small here to 650. Molly raising to 225 with King 7 of clubs. DG call him a King Jack of hearts. OG in the big is going to come along for the ride with a Queen 9 offsuit. 3-way action to the flop. Nine, 7, 5 is the flop. 2 diamonds. Everyone checking to see the 6 of clubs on the turn. OG betting 195, going to get called by Matty. We're off to see a river. River is the 6 of hearts. Updated the chip counts. DG and Pavel very, very close at the top. And Jan with 37 bigs, Maddie with 27, and Nico with 26 aren't too far away from each other on the bottom. King 9-5 is the flop. Nico with ace-7 of hearts. OG with ace-6 off 2. OG going to bet 350. I don't really like calling here, by the way, pre with the ace-6. And then I don't, not too fond of a lead here either. Turn is the 3 of clubs. It looks like OG ain't slowing down. Bet 700k. Double barrel takes that one down with just ace-6. Pablo King 10 off suit in the hijack. OG. Let's 3-bet this one on the button. Pavel the opener. It's getting really tit for tat out there. You could cut the tension with a knife. 3 players very similar in chips at the top. Pavel lets it go. OG extends his lead now to nearly 60 bigs. I'm still not too convinced about that hand with the ace-6. Did find a way of winning it with the double barrel. OG makes the 250 in the cutoff with King Jack offsuit and Jan in the big with Queen 9 offsuit. Ten 7-8 is the flop. That's the juicy turn card, 9 of hearts. Giving OG the straight. Jan with a pair. Checked on the turn and river the 8 of hearts. OG going to bet a $500,000. We've seen Jan make big calls already. What does he make of this one? There is 4 to a straight out there. Wouldn't be the greatest time to call with Queen 9. You do block the high end of the straight. OG has shown a propensity to be a bluffer. Maybe Jan feels like he's too high up in his range here to fold. And another pot going in the direction of OG. Ace King 9 is the flop here. OG with bottom pair, and DG is going to bet with sixes. OG 6 million now before the start of this hand, and DG still playing a healthy stack of about 4 mil. Jack of Hearts hits the turn. Betting a call. Nearly 1.4 million in this pot now. All these pots so big. Check from OG. Check from DG. The river is the 7 of diamonds. 2 pair now for OG. Checks. We'll win another pot, now playing over 7 million. Five deuce of diamonds raising on the button for Nico. Playing about 16 bigs to start the hand. OG with 8-6 of hearts. Debating a 3-bet, it looks like, but decides against it, lets his hand go. And Matty is going to be folding 7-3 offsuit in the big blind. So Nico will just take down the blinds and antes. Matty with a6 offsuit and a small blind, 22 bigs. Looks like he's going to make a chunky raise. And that's going to be the end of that. 375 from the small was enough. Money raising to 225 here on the button with ace-7 off suit. DG calling into small with 10-9 of clubs. Looks like Jan is going to 3-bet to 775 from the big. This is good awareness from Jan. Sensing some weakness. DG wants to see a flop. Wow. He's going to call for 550. Don't try this at home. He's out of position with a chunk of his stack already in there. King for 5 is the flop. Nothing in it for DG. Top pair for Jan. If I was Jan, I'd be betting very small here. Like 425, 450. Don't know, 600. Somewhere in the region of a half a mil seems good to me. About a quarter pot. $375, yes, good man, Jan. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Wow. DG is a non-believer and he's raising to 905k with just 10 high. No back doors really, with 2 diamonds already out there. No clubs in sight. This looks really strong. Now, because we've chosen such a small c-bet size on the flop, we just have to decide whether we want to call for 530 or put an end to things now and shove all in. Prefer to just call, and he does do just that. Look at the size of this pot, 3.685 mil. Turn is a 9, and now DG has a pair. DG checks, Jan checks behind, river is the jack of hearts. Guys, what is DG going to do on this river? What a fun hand to commentate on. He's raised on the flop, he's checked the turn. Knows he can't win by just checking. He's going for it here. I don't know what he thinks he's going to fold. He's betting 1.3 mil, leaving himself at 655k. This is incredible. Jan just going to be calling. You can shove for the remainder of 655k behind the DG stack. Just calls. DG did have a straight blocker. He's going to regret that one. C. Nolan, a fellow Irishman, it looks like, says, also love the Ireland coloured chips. The 10k tickets are deducted from the prize pool, yes? Ivan in the house says, "What's up? What's up, Ivan?" Eddie in the house. What a bizarre hand that was. That was a bit of a blow up, to say the least, there now from DG. Everything was going his way the entire tournament. Well, the entire final day at this feature, anyway. Set after set, big pair after big pair. Now finds himself as a super short stack playing just 6.5 big blinds. DG is all in from the cutoff. OG is going to call with Jack 9 suited. And we're off to the races. A 60-40. DG is ahead with ace deuce. OG has a nice suited, pretty looking Jack 9 of diamonds. But DG has to get past 1.5 billion in this pot. Flop is ace 9 5. Turn is the 3 of diamonds. OG with a flush draw now. Here comes the river. River is the queen of hearts. DG will double up to 15 bigs. OG still very comfortable with 66 biggins. No pair, no draw says that was a big punt from DG after running so hot. That 9-10 hand seemed like an unnecessary risk. So the problem with that 9-10 hand is it's just compound mistakes. He's made a mistake by calling out of position 3 in a 3-bet pot when he's not that deep. Like, he's deep enough, but there's too much at stake between ICM and the 10K ticket. And then that's led him to be faced with a really small C-bet, and that really small C-bet has enticed him to put in a raise because he doesn't believe the big blind. And then whatever he's raising with on the flop there should never be going check, check on the turn. I don't like using the word never, but it really feels like an appropriate time to use it. And then he just needs to be done with the hand. And on the river, I can understand that he's trying to make a bet because he blocks straight and whatnot, but I think his range collapses when he raises the flop and then checks the turn. That's how we could put my thoughts in a nutshell. Pavel 3-betting on the button with the 4-3 offsuit. Jan just going to call for 450. What a fun final table this has been so far, and still 6 remain. So much action still to come in the Spadepoker Tour main event here at King's Resort in Rozvadov. Ace, King, 9, 2 hearts hits the flop, and Jan loving this one. Top pair and enough flush draw. Pavel wants no c-bet. All checks it back. Turns 7 of clubs. Like, think about Pavel's strategy here with these 3-bet spots against a player who has them covered. Even if we are in position, we just have a hand that has no playability. Pavel betting 450. Jan must be loving this. Clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you. River is the 9 of spades. Another huge pot for Jan. Look at this now, Jan playing almost 8 million, which is good for 80 big blinds. Incredible. You orbit here for Jan. Let's not sleep on Jan's results. He has 200k in total live earnings as well. And they won't have a break for another 10 minutes or so. The Eddie asking, think they need a break. Raised to 230k from DG. Into the gun. Pavel raised 200k in the hijack with Queen Jack off 2. And OG is going to call, and BG is in here as well. Queen 10 off suit. King Jack 5 and OG betting 200k. And wow, DG is going to raise here with an open ender. That might get Pavel out of the way. It does, and now action's going to be back on OG, and I expect OG to be moving all in here against DG specifically. Yeah, I expect to just see OG put this one in. 600k more from the call. 695. There you go. In she goes, and up she flew. 3.77 million in this one. And if DG can hit any of his outs, he is going to be way, way back in contention. Some right up into the middle of the pack. So here we go. Turn is the 7 of clubs. An ace or a 9, or we will lose DG in 6th place. The river is the 3 of hearts. We do lose DG. He will take home 13,250 euro for his effort, and that's a huge pop for King 8 of hearts. 5 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of 13,000. Sorry, DG will take home 10,200 euro for his efforts. 5 players remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of 13,250 euro. We are on a huge money bubble. The difference from 5th to 4th is from 13,250 euro all the way to 19,900 euro. And let's not forget about the 10k ticket. This is a massive, massive bubble of about 17 grand, give or take. $84 bigs now for OG and with 78. These two really decimating a lot of their competition at this FT. Pavel with 24 bigs, Maddie with 20, and Nico with 16. Has to be said now, OG and Jan have got their fair share of gifts and early Christmas presents. Kings raising 200k in the hijack. Jan going for a huge 3-bet here. And Nico all in. This all happened so fast. Nico with a massive opportunity here to double up to 34 bigs. This hand playing itself. I think Jan has to rejam given the dynamic and what's at stake. Nico picking up at the exact right time. Here we go. Oh my God, it's a 6 in the window. Five, 6, 8 is the flop, and now the King's in big trouble. Just 12% equity remain in the tournament. Turn is the 7 of diamonds. And the river. It is a 3 of spades, and that means Jan will scoop the booty, eliminate Nico, and that bubble didn't last long, folks. That means 4 players remaining now, all guaranteed that 10K ticket. Smiles all around. Not smiles for Nico, though, leaving in 5th place. Poker can be a cruel game sometimes. Matty raising to 225 from the cutoff. Takes down the blinds and antes. Matty raised to 225 with King Deuce of diamonds. Seven, 6. Defending up is 10-5 deuce, 2 spades. Matty takes it down, and we are off on a break, folks. What an exhilarating frame of poker that was. See you all in about 15 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Lots more action to come. We'll be right back.
All for love, I'd do anything. I can't seem to find my identity. All for love, but I plead insanity. Circles around my heart on repeat. All this love, the
2 chains. Not playing Yo's game site. Mucking the 8-3. Yo Viral's game, that is.
Yeah, you guys covered 4 days of those cash game streams from right here in Rozvadov. Massive pots were exchanged, by the way, right here on this channel.
400,000 euro pot going Santosh Savanant's way.
Remember that one. Well, as impressive as 400,000 K or 400,000 euro pots may be, how about the 1.5 million euros that one of these remaining 70 players will be claiming in a 10K buy-in, no less.
Ladder secured. Everyone guaranteed 22,000 for their efforts. Speaking of efforts, Klezzy's trying to get this through here. I don't think it's going to work. Small blind V button. Montagnoli with an interesting decision. Yeah, I think flat is just the play. We get to keep in hands that we have dominated. Weaker ace X and Jack X.
Ace
Okay,
5
dealer.
deuce as we get ourselves a real collision. Top pair against the second nut flush draw. Note, by the way, that this is the first involvement from the new arrival here at this feature table.
You just get water. You just get water to drink.
An insane flop. 330 in the middle.
We play here 2 label, 1 label.
2 levels.
2 labels. Can I get 1 still water and 1 sparkling
Early.
water, please? Thank you.
Fresh to the feature table. Unaware of most of these players and how they've been playing. We obviously just have a very clear-cut call here and make the tougher decisions across turn and river.
110,000 does get called. 220 more into the middle. Pot growing to over 500,000. And now we add a gut shot to the equation for Klezis.
Yeah, Klez is now probably recognizing that this is a genuinely strong range. 6s, 7s, 8s, I think we can remove. I think we hear from 10s and jacks pre-flop. Ace Queen O, a concern. Ace Jack O. Ace King we also hear from. We're blocking King High and Queen High flush draws that perhaps fold turns, so do we check in the hopes that the Austrian checks back, we get to realize, or do we just try and bulldoze our way through this one?
You see Montagnoli mulling it over here.
Nice hand to check, I think. Looks like he's reaching for a small bet. Yeah, 1/3 pot. Just kind of setting the price for himself to just always be able to check behind. I wonder if this small bet actually induces Klezis to jam the King Queen. All options on the table. If he thinks the Austrian has fold equity.
This is so nasty. This is exactly what we didn't want to have happen. And you see a snap fold from that ace jack.
Oh, if we're going to bet turn to then snap fold, a self-inflicted wound.
Bogdanov's watching this going, how come Martinson can't have all the fun? I'm the chip leader here.
Yeah, but he still has 6 million. It's okay. Martinson, once again, 2 10s. He's got the firepower to fight.
His arms must be getting tired, Randy.
Just kidding. I don't think he minds it.
We might have to relay the felt.
100.
Excuse me, can I touch my top phone? Yeah?
Looks like he'll be raising, taking this one.
Yeah, Chateau with King 3 offsuit. Such a poor hand.
No chance he's playing this. Is he? Okay, I'm sorry.
There we go, Randy.
It's surprising because he hasn't been wanting to play hands, but
He's seen Martinson play every hand, though. I guess Randy decided, look, I'm gonna make a stand here for 1 blind. I've got a short stack back.
he's had enough.
Yeah.
Didn't want to wait anymore. No flop.
Martinson top set because he needed a hit hand. Can Martinson find the check back, Randy? Against such a short stack.
I don't think he will, just because this board hits the big blind a little bit, right? 7, 6, gut shots.
Is it a tiny bet and trying to induce a check jam?
I think he comes in small because he has the best pieces of this board with top set. But rarely would he want to check back this flop.
$65,000. The bet very small. And a switch
Oh my
check.
God! What is going on here? Made a move with just King 3 high, no backdoor hearts, and he's pretty much dusted. Looking for an 8 or 9 and a 9 to kind of chop this one up.
Wow, Randy. He knew it was the big blind's board. And he took advantage of that situation, or at least he thought he was going to, but instead, Martinson has him all but dead. Randy, what are we seeing?
Well, that's it.
That seals it. Chateau out in 27th. I mean, I always give credit to someone giving it a go, Randy, but that was spicy.
I will see, I will see. Doesn't matter. Nothing. In river I have nuts.
There's not a player at this table who doesn't mind seeing that 9 roll off on the turn. That much I can assure you, as the talents of Shilko no longer need to be contended with.
Without paying the Bravo. You play slowly, but now you are hot. Funny. No, my brother.
Well, no time for any eulogies. As we march on here, absent Shilko, 45 remaining. King Queen suited from the hijack, not all in, but mostly in.
Got Alice Sara saying, don't forget Benitez called time against Charles Cornuth in a hand at the break that he wasn't even playing in.
I remember that. Chance had some choice words for Benitez after that one too. That was at the World Series of Poker main event in Vegas this summer.
Oh, Volkov.
Wakes up in the big with ace-king suited. 3-betted
I like you. You play
to get the last 70 in there.
Yeah, I don't like him. You don't
yeah,
like
I like him.
No stress.
No, I like him. I play fast too.
Ace, ace, 5, and king queen suited.
Possible combination.
So few outs. Running spades, running 10 jack.
I knew that was
And that's it. Ace is full for Volkov. Chip leader here.
No more possible.
As 2 casualties in short order here at the feature.
No need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up. That'll be the payout for the next 2 spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
Kings now for Sai. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Queen Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Tsai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Harley.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by 2 black kings...
Just gonna be bang bang.
Yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci Italy would have been more apropos, but I know... Yeah.
You know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
That it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella. One that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required. 4-set continuation, unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Well, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello.
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
Welcome back, folks. Pocket sixes rejamming there, taking that one down. Four-handed. They've switched the seats up a little bit. Give them plenty of room. Two short stacks, two big stacks. Four remain. There can only be one winner. ECW was getting withdrawal symptoms from me, it feels like. What's up, ECW? What's crack-a-lacking? My guy. I'm here. Never fear, Action Man Dan is back and here. I don't know if you were here for most of the FT ECW, but it's been a hell of a ride. Loads of interesting pots and action. ECW asked, what was the longest mute I've ever had? I've never really got in trouble for the mute thing. It's happened a couple of times. If you want to know the truth, sometimes after the break, if I get back, I'm literally just stuffing my face and trying to drink molten hot coffee just to get it drank in time. Sometimes it's pistachios as well, and they take a bit of work. I have to keep cracking them, and I don't want to make noise in between hands and stuff. It's all coming out now. Once, I would tell you what was worse, ECW. I'm good at putting it on mute if I have to do something or whatever, sneeze, whatever the case may be, maybe blow my nose, fart. One time though, I thought I had my mic on mute and I was eating a roast dinner and I never really eat it in the room. I got back from the break and my food wasn't ready in time, so I was eating it like a savage, like an absolute wild animal, and there was loads of scrubbing going on with the knife and the fork, and next minute someone said in the chat, hey man, can you please, it's just a real aggressive comment from someone that I didn't know, saying if I've got to do that, can I please put it on mute? And I didn't have a clue. So that answers that side of things. One night for the German poker days, I got back after break. I remember I put 4 spoons of coffee into a 5 a.m. and I left my mic on mute. I was so exhausted. I'd been away at a retreat there for like 3 or 4 days. And I think I was on mute for about 7 or 8 minutes and didn't realize. So that, I hope that answers your question. Pavel, as is tradition, with his favorite hand, Pavel 5-3, betting to 700k from the small blind. I believe Pavel is so dedicated to his hand 5-3 that he would have done this even with that ticket at stake. It's a good thing that there's 4 remaining here and not 5 because OG has aces. Pavel's put in nearly half the stack, and this guy is just a character. Do not click it back. Just call with aces all day. Although maybe it looks too strong from the big blind. It's called Pavel out the way, and now we have a pot of 1.77 million where Pavel only has 700 or has 1 million behind. He's got a little bit more than 60% pot here. This is the problem. You just have no playability with 5-3. This is the worst flop in the world for 5-3. King 10, 9, 2 diamonds. And ECW says it's the German poker series. You definitely get a break for that. Yeah. And I'm living in a home house, so I've got a very, very loud mother, and doesn't be shying from making noise, doing housework and stuff. And also, I have 2 nephews, and they're always running up and down the stairs. They don't live here now, but when they're over, which is usually on Sundays or Mondays. And I've got a teenage brother who likes to have fun, shall we say. Maybe I've given away enough information now. I'll keep my cards close to my chest or whatever's left of them. Any more questions? Let me know. I'm going to raise it up to 420k here with the 8 deuce offsuit. A lot of big pairs short-handed here. OG getting hit by the deck, fast approaching 10 mil. I would just call here against Matty. Set the trap. I would love pistachio ice cream is the nuts. It's the best. Pavel is all in for a gun here with the nuts. 5-3 offsuit. Matty is going to call from the small here. We've got action. Pavel's going to have 33% equity. He's all in with the 5-3 offsuit. Do not try this at home. Sub 10 bigs. Start the hand. Little smile from Pavel. 5-3. Five in the window, followed by a 9 and 8. Pavel needing a 5 or a 3, or he is going to be out of here. Turn is a 6. We could be about to lose Pavel on the river, and we do. Pavel 5-3 has been eliminated, and I'm not going to lie, I cannot wait to see this guy play again. Hopefully it's sooner rather than later. What an entertaining man. What a character. What a good sport. GG to Pavel. €19,900 he will take home, and that all-important 10k ticket. Means 3 players remaining now, all guaranteed a minimum of €21,300, chasing the first prize and the title, €47,000. People saying they must have made a deal. No, Pavel just loves the hand 5-3, and when he gets it, he has to play it. That's his. Maybe we'll get an interview with him. We're getting an interview with a few of the players. Maybe he doesn't want to. So 3 remain. There can only be one winner. Jan and OG with most of the chips in play. Flop going, check, check. Jack 10, 3-9 is the board. OG with the ace 4 and Jan with 6-4 off suit. Yeah, I'm betting 150. He gets picked off by the OG. And raising to 250 with the ace king of hearts. Real hand here for Jan and OG in the small jack of clubs. Oh boy. Best of 65. But look how deep these are, guys. 70 bigs. Jan has behind here. Really tough for him to get it all in. Does he want to just call when we're this deep? Are 3-handed though. And 4 bets to 1.6. I think this is from Jan. Absolutely sucks now for OG. Be forced to hold his hand out of position unless he wants to see a flop, which he could do. They are pretty much deep enough to do this. He takes that chip off his cards. Looks like they're going to go in the muck. Oh, hold the phone. Look at the size of this pop three. 3.4 million. Blinds are 61, 21, 20. Flop is 10, 10, 5. OG checks over to Jan. This is not the flop Queen Jack was looking for. A pretty good flop. Safe board for Jan to continue betting. Doesn't need to bet too much. I said somewhere around the middle. Goes for 850. Like the sizing from Jan. Wow. OG going to raise it to 2.4 million. This was not something I expected to see. I was sure OG was just going to release. This guy is full of tricks. Tricksy little hobbits. No, Jan might want to see a turn. This looks super strong from OG. Having said all of that, would he really check raise a 10 here? I think no is the answer. He is repping a big pair here, OG. A pair that didn't want to get more money in pre. There's the deuce of spades. 8.2 million in this pot. Let's see what happens on this turn. Stack to pot ratio well and truly under 1 to 1. If OG can fire the lot here, it would be so sick. No, I feel like OG just has to give up, right? And if you're Jan, you want to try protect your hand here. Check back is the only. Oh, this is so sick. Oh my word. OG hounds the air emphatically. This is what I was saying. Do we protect our hand on the turn? Or like, how do we protect our hand unless we shove? And if we shove, is that just overkill? I really don't know. Let me know what you think about that one in the chat. What do you do on the turn there? You risk it for a chocolate biscuit?
Congratulations
Or would
for
you do it
fifth
for a
place.
do
It's
it?
very nice. How would you rate your play on the final table?
Do you want a number from 1 to 10? Or, I don't know, made some good faults, made some bad calls. Overall, it's okay. Could have done lots bit better, but I'm happy with the result.
Yeah, and do you play quite often in Rozvadov?
I play quite often, yeah.
Yeah. So it's your favorite casino, yeah?
Sorry?
It's your favorite casino?
No, it's not. It's first time here.
Yeah, first time. Nice. And do we plan to play something else here?
Cash games, maybe. Not much else.
And what about the opponents? Do they seem difficult for you?
Some of them not, some of them yeah, definitely. Overall, it wasn't easy.
And I have one like cheesy question. If somebody asks you about your previous hands, would you tell them the truth or you don't answer at all?
You can all see them on the live stream, I don't know. So, but yeah, I will tell them, sure.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Had to nearly do some breathing there after that hand. That was insane. And on the button with ace-5 of clubs. Good raise and take it. Now, part of the strategy there, you're going to be very tilted after losing a hand of that size with ace-king. You need to remain composed. Composure is key. DJ Triple says, I hope Pavel gets interviewed and is asked about his 5-3 obsession. Me too. Coffee lover. I love the name. Man of my own heart. After my own heart. No pair, no draw says, if Queen Jack had shipped there and gotten the call from Ace King and then spiked the Queen, Jan would be so steamed. Yeah. But the more I think about it, if you play a 10 that way, right? So you call the 4-bet pre. I don't think many 10x calls the 4-bet pre. I'd be eliminating most 10x from the small blinds range. Perhaps we just have to shove on that turn to rep aces or kings. because the way that played out, he's going to have hands like, oh, I don't know, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s, 6s, maybe. A pair nonetheless. Like, surely you can't think Ace King is good at showdown. This is why I was going to make a suggestion, even though we were three-handed. Do we want to just call in position with a hand as strong as Ace King suited and not play a gigantic pot, considering there's a short stack? He's not that short, but he has 3 million compared to our 8 million apiece or whatever it was. And people probably think that's way too tight in the chat. And I can get behind that, I understand, but it is just going to be so tough. It's not like we're playing with 50 bigs or below here. We're playing with 80, and our opponent has nearly 100, it looked like. I'd have to see the hand again, but we're really deep is my whole point. So it's going to be really tough to get it in unless we 5-bet rip for the lot. And we're in position, so it just seems like it's a nice option to call. I don't think we can check the turn, but we're hoping to get to showdown. But what are we trying to beat a showdown? I think once we call the check raise on the flop and our opponent checks to us on the turn, his range collapses considerably, and that's our moment to pounce and just move all in. But it might just seem so horrible. It's grim if we get called. Of all the times I've seen an opportunity to turn Ace King suited into a bluff there, or just Ace King, that seems like it's one of the better ones. He bets 120. He's now playing over 14 million. Apocalypse is back. He says, had to get some coursework done, but back for good now. Oh, Jesus, no way. We'll never get rid of you. Used to have you back with us, mate. I don't know if you've seen that hand, Apocalypse, but you missed a doozy of a hand. $1.2 million on the turn here, and Jan still has the best hand. He looks a bit dejected. That queen costing him so much money in equity. The other issue I have is when we 4-bet click it, well, we made $1 million extra on the button in that hand. We don't have much 10x in our range because most of our 10x would like to just call and see a flop. And a bet of $500,000 and a call. And this is just sick for Jan. The 4 flush arrives. OG has the best hand yet again. Shock horror. Now, how much is Jan willing to call, or does he lead for a small sizing, like a blockerish type sizing, and hope not to get raised? No, he's just going to go for the check, and I think that's wise. Now, OG can go for a bet of about 1.4 mil here. And that's a bet of 2 million. I wouldn't be shocked to see Jan call this off. OG should have a lot of hands. He's turning into a bluff here. Jan has a good bluff catcher with the 9. Let's go for huge sizing. I was going to say he could bet up to pot. I thought around 2 a bit better. But pot becomes better if you're going to get called. Very hard to get a read off this fella. His hands up over his face like that, which usually means you're hiding something. It's a very polarizing bet from OG. It's either nuts or air, really.
Last 30 seconds for decision. I will count the last 5 seconds. Starting now.
There we go. Jan has called him off. Gets the bad news, and he's now going to be playing 11 big blinds. This is sick for Jan. He had over 8 million in chips at one stage. The bet size got him there, folks. I see a few talking about it in the chat.
I'm always ahead before the river. Come on, man. You know this game has 5 cards.
Look how much chips he's playing. Over 140 bigs. And Matty is just going to call in the big blind with a hand as strong as ace king. I don't like this from Matty. I'm going to extract max value from the chip leader here. There's no one else to worry about. Wow. That's 120. Matty's going to call 120. See, this pot is tiny where... Oh, there's 2 pair for Matty on the turn. I just feel like more money should have went in pre. I've raised the deuce of clubs, 1.3 million in the pot. And check from OG, and Matty is probably going to bet about 600k here. Goes for 800. And I think we just have to call it for in OG shoes, but we hate it. OG makes a tight fold, and it's the correct one. Manny missing a decent amount of value there with his ace-king. It's just not a trapping hand. It's not a hand we want to play sneakily, especially when it's offsuit and we're three-handed and we're the clear short stack. OG he has both players right where he wants them. I was warned, guys, we might be having some graphical errors. So just bear with us. If the screen keeps flashing or goes black, we will be back momentarily. We're not quitting at halftime. Bad time for the graphics to have some errors, but here we go. Jan and Matty gonna fight this one out. 2.2 million in the pot. Matty's got the best of it. 64% equity with Queen Jack of Diamonds against Jan's 36% equity with 10-9 of spades. Ace 6-7 is the flop. 2 clubs. And there's a glimmer of hope here with a good shot straight draw. He can win with a 10 also. If Jan doesn't get lucky here, guys, he's going to finish in 3rd place. Turn is the Jack of Spades, giving even more outs. Oh no, it actually doesn't. Jack giving Ali the pair just an 8 now. Doesn't arrive. It's the essential brick, the deuce of clubs, and we are going to lose Jan Lormel in third place. A nice score for him, but he will be bitterly disappointed to come third. The hands there, not much he could do. €21,300 he will take home, and 10k ticket. So we're going on a break, folks. We're going to be coming back with an epic heads-up battle. OG with 140 big blinds, almost 17 million in chips, and Matty has some work to do, but he still has a comfortable 47 big blinds. It's actually going to be a relatively deep heads-up battle. See you all in just a few moments. We're going to put a ribbon on this thing and crown one of these remaining players as your Spade Poker Tour champion. We'll be right back.
All for love, I'd do anything. I can't seem to find my identity. All for love, but I plead insanity. Circles around my heart on repeat. All this for the sake of loving you. Welcome to this place. It's a table for two. I just cannot think about it. Can't live without it. Won't be without it.
You could maybe put some mayo on the wheel, Henry. Just, you know, to take the heat off of pizza.
Let's just, you know, ease our way into the booth.
Pocket sixes. Let's see how the German eases his way into this one. $160. Min raise here with the blinds at 40, 80, and 80.
Yeah, we do have about 10 minutes left on this level. So we worked our way down the final two tables. Vela, Italian, currently 14th in chips. Just going to proceed with caution by the looks of things. Comes with the defend.
Uh-oh. Top pair against bottom set. Monotone texture, though, could keep Vela from losing more.
Yeah, the saving grace here is these 3 diamonds on board for Vela. Could have been absolute showers, because it does mean that Poodle's going to continue for a smaller sizing rather than a larger one. Say it was like a Queen Jack 6 two-tone.
Another 200 into the middle after the check call of 100K. Very dry turn card now. The type that rates to keep ace-queen very involved.
Wow, he's gone pretty big. 5-10. trying to get all of the money in on the river.
Also trying to make sure that those diamonds are going to pay a hefty price if they want to see a river.
Sure, but I feel like this size actually gives the Italian an option to escape this setup when we bomb 5-10. It feels like he's playing the strength of his hand rather than targeting specific parts of his opponent's range. You know, like this bet size, for example, just folds out all Jack X. It folds out a lot of the Queen X. And those are hands that we should be trying to get value from, right? Feel like we could have sized closer to half pot. But what do I know? Because he's getting paid.
That he is. As another million plus suddenly finds its way into the middle. You see the heart swallow there from Poodle. He's okay with red cards as long as they're hearts. And that 8 doesn't look very scary.
But maybe it's like, okay, now I want to target one pair hands.
$1.2 million. This is a big chunk of the 2 million back.
It's grim.
Vela.
It's grim because of how under-repped we are. I mean, he's flat called pre off of 30 big blinds. Oh, he's looked him up. 4 million chip pot for Poodle and Vela down to dust, Ali.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back. 2 players remaining chasing this title. Both guaranteed a minimum of just shy of €30,000. First prize 47. OG with about a 3-1 chip lead. But they are still very deep, so bear that in mind. DJ Triple putting it better than I could myself. About a 3-1 chip lead, but both deep enough for a good heads up. Yeah, if Maddie wanted to do a deal here now, I'd be asking him to take off his jacket and has to make the jacket part of the deal. I like that jacket. Although you could buy many, just ask him where he bought it, and then you could buy 10 of those jackets, 100 jackets, or perhaps that's the lucky jacket. Top pair against an open ender here. $1 million in the pot. Looks like Matty is going to go for a large sizing of 900k. Betting a call. 2.7 million in the pot. Oh, what a river card. If you're Matty, of course. Matty goes all in for 4 mil. This is a huge overbet here. And for that reason, it doesn't seem that believable. When he's got hands like 6, 7, 7, 8. OG blocks the straight here, holding a 6. I think this is just a spot where how often does he think his opponent is bluffing? 4 million's a huge chunk here to get it wrong. I don't know what you think about this one in the chat. I would be leaning towards folding. Young Matty could easily have a 5. He could have rivered an ace. Doesn't do this with a better king. So rule that out. Does have bluffs. Deuce 3 gets there, obviously. 6, 7, and 7, 8. Reddy could have some random air, but it's not really Matty's style. But we never want to be calling for a chop. It has occurred to me that he could be doing that to get his opponent off a chop. If we're chopping the best, we should just fold for this sizing when we've got all the chips. You know, he keeps indicating he's going to call and then pull the pull back. He's talking to his opponent. Matty's crossed his arms. It's usually more of a defense mechanism. I'd be more inclined to call someone who has their arms crossed than not. EJ says that king has so much equity, it's hard to fold. He does get away from it. Now it's basically 16 million playing 7 million. Nice that he thought through it for long enough and gets away from it. Had he called there, would have been a big swing. Would have put Matty up over 10 million. EJ triple says great fold. I guess 70% pop bet would have been called. OG with Jack 5 off suit on the button. This is a very deep heads-up battle. Monic says 2 ads up 3 times in a row. Oh, you're on about the cards, not ads. I thought you said ads. 2 diamonds. OG betting to a mil with ace 5 off here. Matty with ace 3 off suit on the button. Probably wants to call this. Or he can use it as a 4-bet. Calling seems like the better option, and he does do just that. Ace Jack Queen is the flop. Both players are top pair. We could see some money go in here. $500,000 is the bet and $500,000 is the call. Turn is the 10 of spades. OG betting $500,000 again on the turn. Don't love this, but he does have the ace of spades. He's just doing this, naming his price to see the river. I would think both players are just hoping to check this down now. And they will chop it up. This trophy is gorgeous. DJ Triple says that trophy looks nice, not that typical glass thing or plastic gold pot. I mentioned that at the start of the stream. The trophy looks awesome. The production's been awesome. This Spadepoker tour really got it going on. Can't say enough good things about it. I've really enjoyed commentating, broadcasting on this event. So it looks like the two remaining gladiators are going to go for a quick walk. As long as they're not going to play golf, because that is the best way to spoil a good walk. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Lots more action to come. This one's far from over. OG approaching 100 pigs. Maddie with 44. See you all in just a few moments.
Blind raise or what? No, blind.
6 raise, 2 minutes.
Well, we're back after having a word with our 4th place finisher, Alessandro Pederoli, out in 4th for 66,000. And with that elimination, Randy, we're down to 3, 87,000.
You've got some customers.
Plus the ticket.
Sorry, you've got some customers here.
Currently guaranteed. One more elimination away from... Oh my, Moroni's had the chance to defend the big. Closing the action. 7 million in the middle. And look at the check back from Di Nicola.
That doesn't mean he's not going to lose a lot of chips.
Perhaps, but the fact that he's avoided the c-bet on the flop could potentially save him 18 million.
Would like to see Moroni come in with a bet on the turn. He can represent a lot of missed straight draws or flush draws right now. See what he comes in with. 3.8 million, and the king's gonna have to go nowhere given how under-repped his hand is.
Went for more than half pot on the turn in the form of a probe 3 ways. Does put 15 million out there now. Less than 1 SPR. Sized it to perfection. To target some flush draws, target some set 10x. Ooh, the 10-10 run out though.
That's a hard one to bet, right? Because your opponent could easily have a 10x as played. It depends on how light he feels he's getting called on the button, whether to bet or not. And it looks like he's just trying to induce from the busted diamonds and straight draws, which I think is a fine play for his 7.
He's going to check through, and
I feel like he lost the minimum with those 2 kings.
yeah, favourable run out there for Di Nicola. It's getting pretty even. 32 million for Di Nicola. 29 for Moroni.
I bust in a pretty standard way. I guess I was fairly short, and the guy on my right limped, and I just checked behind him. He was in the small, I was in the big. and I flopped a set, which is fantastic when you're, you know, and we got it in. He had a flush draw, and but he didn't make his flush, but he hit runner for a straight. But it was like, I was waiting to the last card, so I was in there with the chance.
Sweat. Always a sweat. 10 of diamonds hits the river. Kim going runner to eliminate Boatman in 5th place, and he looks disgusted.
It's been a pleasure.
But really, the pot that did for me, I nearly folded earlier when the guy had kings, and he'd re-raised me. The guy who was the short stack at the table, and I nearly didn't. It was so short, I thought he could be doing it with a lot of hands, and it was a shot to knock him out. And so I just, on the chip stacks, I decided, although I was probably behind, as it happened, in that hand, I flopped a pair. I wasn't in bad shape. So it was those two hands really.
No, actually I play a very massive pot against Omar, the chip leader. So that hand was like he opened every hand. So and I 3-bet, he called, flop king, 3 deuce. 2 o'clock he checked, I bet half of my stack. He called, turn a deuce. He checked, I bet almost all in, and he called with a blank. He had king deuce, full house. Yeah, I have aces. Yeah. So I got 3 chips left, and then wait for the last hand, and then just all in and bust.
Important hand was as deuce of clubs versus sevens, I think. Yes, and then the river comes to us. Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot of nerves out there at the moment.
Well,
naturally enough.
Exactly, in this exact situation. I mean, again, there's so much money up top, man, being 110k, and not only that, we're literally on the ticket bubble too. So a lot of stuff to take into account, guys. A lot of money up top, a lot of decisions that are going to be very, very important, whether you preserve your stack or not. Got to be careful, got to be very, very sure every decision you make is going to be the highest EV decision. But I've no doubt that these players are more than capable of doing that. Especially they've outlasted 3,500 players, guys. Just shy, or just over, I should say, 3,500 players. Ridiculous field. A lot of days to play. But we have Swinesetter on the button, opening the 7s. Wow, we got an all in here. The ace-2 versus the 7s. This could be it, Dan. We could be on the bubble of the ticket here. It could be bursting.
This could be bing, bang, boom, and just like that, the bubble bursts unless Bees can get lucky. He's got 33% equity. Can't find a much better spot here with 6 bigs. I think he was forced all in here. Actually, the blinds had just gone up, so it was less than 5 bigs total. Also having your big blind invested and your big blind ante.
Exactly.
There are some arguments you could make for folding here on the exact bubble, but that is not the cloth that Emil Bees is cut from. 10-6-5 is the flop, and nothing in it for Bees, and he's going to need help on the Turner River, or the fan favourite at King's Resort will be eliminated. Turn is the Jack of Spades, now down to 1 card and 3 outs.
Not the first time we've seen an ace in the river, Dan, when we've done comms together. Well, wouldn't be the last time. We'll see what happens.
Oh my God, he hits it! The king is back, man.
Disgusting, and I just said it too, bro. It's like I knew. Trust me, I didn't, by the way. Just to make that very, very clear.
Always a surprise around the corner for the king.
Man, this is stuff I'm not going to say you'd see online, but it's just in this situation where it's just like on the bubble of the ticket. It's just always these sort of things that like always happen. It just makes great, great content.
What's up?
Good morning.
Are you ready for today?
Yeah.
See you at Kings.
Alrighty, folks. We're back. Welcome back. Money betting 500k is going to take this one down. King, Queen, 7, 2 diamonds. No pair, no draw. Being funny in the chat. Getting in trouble with the poker police. I love it. Thanks, lads. No pair, no draw, says Dan is way better at interacting with chat than so many poker streams. Of course, some of those chats get toxic and way too many chat pros. Everyone is usually pretty chill and respectful around here, though. Yeah, I'm shocked at how little negative comments come in, but we've built a really closely knit community. For the Action Man Dan fans, King's Resort fans from around the world, it's awesome to see. The channel has grown exponentially in 2 years, which can't be a bad thing. The only way is up. Thank you for your comment, no pair, no draw. I can go through the nationality breakdown of the FT if you want. We had Turkey, Slovakia, Switzerland, France, Czech Republic times 3, and Lithuania. And I would be way less interactive with the chat if I had a co-commentator or had Alan with me or something. You guys help me from going insane sometimes, which is great. And I love discussing hands, not all the time. But so we're here to learn, I'm here to grow the channel, here to get new followers. And it's great that there's veterans in the chat who know exactly what they're talking about, and other people who I've had questions come in here as to how many cards are they playing with, are those real chips, is this real money, and then we can get into the nitty-gritty of these like GTO river spots. I try to keep it as simple as possible, try not to get things too complicated, try not to use too many big words like marmalade. Blinds have gone up 81, 60, 160. Like I always say, every day is a learning day. We always feel like we learn something new. Some days, you know, guys, I'm not firing on all cylinders. AKA most Sunday nights. Monday, I usually pick up the pace. Just depends on what's going on. It's just like riding a bike. It's a balance trick, says Alan Watts. Also, if there's any book nerds out there, I'm reading a fantastic book at the moment, Meditations by Marcus Aurelius. I think it's my 3rd time reading it, but it's funny because I read it last year and now I'm reading it again and it has a whole different meaning, learning the lessons from it. So I recommend that for sure if you're looking for a good book over the summer. 10-8-3 is the flop, all diamonds. Maddie with ace-9 and ace-deuce for OG. No pair, no dress. Draw says, I like watching people like this play that may be regulars but not necessarily full-time pros and high rollers. Watching those games can get very boring when everyone tries to play like a solver. Yeah, couldn't agree more. I mean, it's not boring for them, but when you're trying to encourage more players into the game and grow it over time, it can be very disheartening and daunting for someone new that might want to play and is playing against, comes in and playing against a load of robots who aren't speaking. That's what I love about Irish poker, especially the Irish Poker Tour. Shout out to Fintan Gavin there for that one. There's just all the drinking going on. Everyone's talking, having a good time. You're able to pick up on so many reads if you want, but so much discussions going on, and everyone's there to just have fun and enjoy the game. Of course, the money's important, don't get me wrong. But these pub grubby kind of atmosphere is good. So this is something in between. So I know exactly what you're saying there. Very good comment there. No pair, no draw. Picking up things here on the turn. 4, 4, 5, 10. Jack 8 for OG. And he has lost a couple of big pots, but he still is playing 15 mil. Expect to see him be relatively aggro. He is still very much in the driver's seat. Bye-bye, driver. Bird says he watches other streams like Triton as well, but after some time it gets boring. It seems as if everyone is playing the same style all the time. Obviously, when I'm finished, I try not to watch too much live poker, but I've just had a bee in my bonnet lately. To watch loads and loads of live poker, and I just find myself watching anytime the EPTs are on. I get engrossed in it. But they have a commentary team of about 6, 7, maybe even 8 different commentators could pop in and out. So the Triton is just different gravy when it comes to like 250k buy-ins. It's just serious stuff. Like the people that are going to be tuning into that are people that could have been playing that tournament, could have been watching that tournament, have friends in that tournament. They want the really tough GTO analysis and everything solved, and this is this way, and it's so much stuff to break down. I just want to provide a nice interest and service where anyone can join and feel welcome. Scotty 2 Stacks says, I've just returned home from Dublin, was over for the Monster. Yeah, I was meant to go to the Monster myself, but I just have too much on my plate. He said it was a great crack with all the Irish in a great tournament. I heard the winner got something like 25 grand. Unbelievable money from a 200 euro buy-in, I believe, or maybe it was even 150. OG with the best of it. Pogler says, also nice watching human beings try to play poker, not just remembering what a bot said to do. Poker is a skill-based mental game, not reading crappy bot notes. Yeah, 9 high like a boss is going to win. Be happy to win that one, even if it is just a small pot. Scotty says, and the guy in third got 27k. So they done a deal, and the third place finisher got more than first prize. That's so funny. Does happen. I won the Sunday Storm before with 31,927 entries, and I got more than first prize. You don't want to be dealing too often in poker, but you get down to the last 3, 4, sometimes even 5. It can be hard not to look at the numbers, especially if you have a chunk of chips in front of you. Club says, imagine Arsenal and Man City made a deal with 2 games to go and split the league title. What's the story there? I don't want to Google it. Are Arsenal in the lead? Man City has a game in hand. Is that correct? Or they've all tied up now? Oh, I'll just Google it. Whoa, Crystal Palace beat Man United 4-0. Holy moly. Yeah, Man City have a game in hand, but are ahead by 1 point. Or Arsenal are ahead by 1 point. Yikes. Poker No Justice lives in a silly state in the US where we can't play online or live poker, so watching streams is the only way I can feed my addiction without traveling. That is such a sad story. I really mean that. God damn it, man. You're going to have to do something. I don't want to suggest any illegal activity, but go play in a park or something. A bar, anything you can find. Doyle Brunson, Lord rest his soul, wouldn't have taken that for an answer. He would have, him and Billy Baxter would have hopped on a horse and a donkey out of town to the nearest game, the guns in hand. Annie on the river here with top pair. And that's a big enough call there from OG. He probably should be folding that one. It's tough when we're in a heads up situation. I just realized that Matty's t-shirt says Solver. I think it does anyway. Or is it S. Oliver? Oh, it's S. Oliver. So scratch Oliver. That's another pop, by the way, for Matty. Matty going to complete on the button here with Jack 9 off too. OG is going to bump it up to 10 8 of clubs. Matty's going to call with Jack 9. OG betting 225 will take it down. It's now 103 bigs playing 36. People talking about visiting Ozark. What a show. Unbelievable show. Love it. I just finished watching Shogun. I need a new show now, folks. Get your recommendations out in the chat. No pair, no draw. You live in North Carolina. My favorite band of all time are from North Carolina. Well, they were. Don't know what their new stuff is like now, but I love Rainbow Kitten Surprise. If you want to sound cooler, just call them RKS. But I think they're from Boone in North Carolina, somewhere around that area. Well, they're a great band to check out if you were born in Boone. Maybe their older stuff. They're gone a bit quirky lately. I was having a pint in Manchester last year with the drummer, and he put me on the guest list to their show in Dublin. I went to see them in Manchester. I got to see them twice in 2 weeks. It was awesome. Maddie on the button with King 4 offsuit is going to complete his option. I feel like he is being a bit too passive. He wants to be raising more from the button. OG does have a huge hand here in the big ace queen offsuit. I want to use hands that are unsuited here with weak kickers more as a min raise. It's just we want hands that we want to see a flop with. We can limp more with those and just call the raise. But with hands like this, with the blocker, we just want to do the raising ourselves. Sexy 7-5 of diamonds here for the OG. Two pair on the river. Wants to go for a large sizing, goes for 500k and will get called. Matty with aces, unfortunately. Why didn't he just decide to limp that one? So 5-4 for OG is going to raise to 350. Matty picking up big pairs, two hands in a row, is going to go for a 3-bet to 1 million. 650 more for OG to call. And he will call. Speculative call pre here from the 5-4 offsuit, and the flop is 10-8-8. Matty is going to bet 1.2 million. What are we witnessing here? 5-4 offsuit has just shoved all in. I was not expecting to see this. Matty never going to be folding with an overpair here, of course. OG seemed like he's just had enough. This pot is 11 million, folks. We're going to have an even Stevens heads-up match. Unless OG can hit some miracle cards. He's just got 2% equity. Turn is a deuce, river is a 10. And that is a big swing in this heads-up battle. 66 pigs now playing 74. Fair enough, this. Can we all be chat pros here and say that was a mistake by OG? Not the optimal way to play 5-4 offsuit on that board. Yeah, just felt like he could get his opponent to fold an ace-high type holding like ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, any ace really. Obviously not ace-10 or ace-8. Now let's see how composed he can remain. Matty raising to 480k, the full 3x now. Doing this with King Jack, and OG is going to call with King 3. And 9 deuce is flop. OG folds, Matty wins. Just about to take over the chip lead. They are even out there, folks. 11 million apiece. This could go on for a long time. Although the size of pots we're seeing with the hands we're seeing would indicate otherwise. Full 3x from Matty again, this time a queen 3 of diamonds and OG with 8-7 offsuit, the big blind. $398. Matty gonna bet 600k. OG gonna call. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. $1.3 million is the bet from Matty, and OG is going to call here. This pot's getting huge, folks. Close to 5 million now. The river is the king of clubs, and I don't think Matty wants to bet too big here. Once he gets called, he blocks his opponent having a queen. Having said that, Jack 10 comes in. There is some 2 pairs out there. Perhaps a large sizing is actually better the more I think about it. I was going to say no more than about 3 mil, which will be 60% pop. He goes for 4, which is 80% pot, and I just think this is a lot. OG forced to fold. Matty enjoying having the chip lead, it looks like. Who complains to have when you haven't got enough time to stack your chips? All momentum shifting in that man's direction. He's now playing 13 million. 84 bigs now playing 56. What a heads-up battle we have on our hands here, folks. Who have you got winning this one? Let me know in the chat. OG is going to complete his option here with 8-6, and Matty checked his option with Queen 4. Matty flopping trips here is going to raise to 600k. And what is going on here? OG 3-betting to 1.1 million. Essentially clicking it back. And I was like, Matty better not be doing anything other than calling. He does just call. Look at the size of this pot. Starting to spiral. 0.6 billion. Out there, we'll see a turn. Turn is a 7, and this is a card that OG might continue to barrel and try to tell a story that he's got a big hand. Little does he know, Matty's sitting there with the triple ladder sausages. Let's just take it back. I would check this again if I was Matty. Try to get a king, king to be repped by OG. I really expected OG to continue telling a story there on the turn when he picks up additional equity. The jacket is off. That's a big sign that this man is here to take down this title and €47,000, become your Spadepoker Tour main event champion. Now playing 91 bigs, and OG is under 50. Very unfamiliar territory for OG. This one going check on the flop. King, queen, 10, 7, 7 is the board. Who wants it more? Matty going for it here. Betting 425. He could have called him here with Jack High. Wow. Calls him with Jack High. What a call here from OG. Ain't they leaving nothing on that occasion. Queen 7, 9 is the flop here. Matty with 2 pair. OG with ace 10. Goes check, check. River pairs the board. Matty won't like that, but he will win the pot. Matty, queen 9. This is 3 deuce from the OG. Great to see so many of you still in the chat over 9 hours into this stream. Your support means the world to me and indeed the King's production team. Give yourselves a round of applause and a big shout out to the moderators as per usual. The poker police, as I like to call them. Next weekend as well. Czech Poker Masters. That one's going to be huge. I expect we'll have more than 562 entries in that. And that one's only €150 buy-in. ZTO is the weekend after that. Matty. Pocket eights, OG with ace jack suited, and we could see a lot of chips go in here. And look at this, Matty put them all in an instant, and I think OG is going to call here. Look at this, bing, bang, boom, 60 million chips in this pot. This is a gigantic race. 100 big blinds out there. What a huge moment here for both players involved. Matty with the eights, OG with ace jack of diamonds. Let's go. And OG is the at-risk player. If Matty can hold with these eights, he is going to be your champion. Queen 9-4. Pretty good start for the pocket eights. Still a lot of outs to dodge, of course. On his four spades. Matty is just one card away. OG needs an ace or a jack. And the river is the three of spades. We have our champion. And he looks delighted. Congratulations to Matty. Lots of money, 47,000 euro in a 10K ticket. Commiserations to second place. OG played fantastically all the way down to about three-handed, and then as wild situations occur. Thank you everyone once again for tuning in. We've crowned yet another champion at the King's Resort, live from Rozvadov. What a beautiful trophy that is. Fantastic. As always, really enjoyed this event. Hats off to the production team. Hats off to the Spade Poker Tour. It's a fantastic display of poker over the last few days. I'm going to get out of here. Back next weekend for the Czech Poker Masters. Until then, catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan.